please rise for the invocation. Pastor Bendette from Rock City Church is going to lead us in the invocation, and please continue for the pledges.
Thank you all so much for having me this morning. Lord, thank you for your presence here in this courtroom. Thank you for how much you love and care for us, and that you put us in positions to lead and care according to your heart and your design. Thank you for the stewardship that we have for our county. Thank you that you put us in this place for such a time as this, where we can lead well, love well, and represent you well. I pray for these commissioners, and I pray that their hearts would be united in the decisions that they make, even in their differences. And I thank you so much, Lord, for bringing them together. And I thank you for all the decisions that are going to be made today and this year. We give 2025 to you. And I pray that you would lead us and guide us in all the decisions that we make, and that they would be according to your design and your heart. Have your way in Nueces County and Corpus Christi and all the surrounding regions. Let your presence move mightily to bring healing, love, and life to those who so desperately need it. And we love you, and we thank you for that. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. It is Wednesday, January the 8th at 9:06. We have all commissioners present at the Nueces County Courtroom, 901 Leopard. I will call this meeting to order. Do we have any announcements of disclosure or conflicts of interest? There being none, we will move on. Item E1. Adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and orders. I think Peyton or Francis, you're going to read that. And number 1, recognition of 2025 Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration and Commemorative March, January the 20th, 2025. And we are very happy to say that they are coming back to the courthouse this year. So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Whereas each year in the month of January, the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta sorority comes together to commemorate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. And because this celebration march reminds us of our interdependence and reaffirms Delta Sigma Theta sorority's commitment to the betterment of our communities through civility and service. And whereas Dr. King was quoted as saying, "The function of education is to teach and to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education." And because the women of Delta Sigma Theta sorority want to use their collective strength to promote academic excellence, provide scholarships, offer support to the underserved, educate and stimulate participation in the establishment of positive public policy, highlight issues, and provide solutions for problems in their communities. Whereas Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter, will be organizing the 2025 Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Celebration and Commemorative March with the theme of Mission Possible. Protecting freedom, justice, and democracy in the spirit of nonviolence, the 365th on January 20th, 2025. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas hereby declares January 20th, 2025 as the Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Celebration and Commemorative March.
So moved.
I'll second, or Commissioner Modis, whoever. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Is there anyone here from the organization? I didn't get a phone call from anybody, so we have this and we will reach out to them, but we are very happy and very, Is there somebody here?
Ms. King is here, but for the NAACP.
She's for the NAACP, yes. Please, yes.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, and good morning to everyone. This March is celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The march will start here at the Nueces County Courthouse and will end at the Church of the Good Shepherd. It's scheduled for January the 20th, 2025 at 12 o'clock. And it's the 39th Annual MLK Commemorative March. And it's good that it's back here at the courthouse. I think I was a little bit instrumental in that. We had a discussion with the sorority. They had it with the city last year, and I said, well, y'all promised for it to come back to the county because they were still kind of wavering. But it is back here at the county, and it'll be a nice march. And I think it's maybe a little cool that day, but it's okay. We're going to still get out there and celebrate the life and legacy of this man. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. We will give you this one with the other one, I guess, in just a minute. So the next item up, unless anybody else has any comments they want to make. The next item up is number 2, in recognition of the 55th Annual NAACP Freedom Fund Gala, honoring Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
Whereas the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People is a civil rights organization that was established in 1909. The NAACP is the oldest and largest civil rights organization in America. Whereas it is the NAACP's mission to achieve equity, political rights, and social inclusion by advancing policies and practices that expand human and civil rights, eliminate discrimination, and accelerate the well-being, education, and economic security of Black people and all persons of color. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was an incomparable leader in the American Civil Rights Movement, whose legacy embodies the very concepts of justice, truth, and equality. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby encourage the citizens of Nueces County to join the NAACP H. Boyd Hall chapter in Corpus Christi, Texas on January 18, 2025.
Make the motion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And Ms. King, if you're going to speak again, thank you. And I think you're the incoming president, maybe,
Two
or
for
something.
two.
Yeah.
My name is Deanna King. I'm the Vice President of local NAACP H. Boyd Hall chapter 6168. And we're having our 55th MLK Gala on January the 18th at 6 o'clock at the Plains Capital Bank building. It's the first time they've ever hosted anything there, so we're thankful to them. And also, we hope that everyone comes out and try to enjoy the celebration and life of Martin Luther King. His words that he said in the past during the civil rights movement still ring today, and we still use it. We still learn his history. His history, his life and legacy is incredible, because this man, if a lot of people don't know, he was also a pastor. He was a preacher, and you can tell in his words how he spoke that he really enjoyed what he was doing, and he was peaceful. He always believed in having a peaceful march. He always believed in unity, and I think that's why a lot of people got behind him to do these things during the civil rights movement. And like I said, his words that were said, when in the 60s, they're still ringing today, and it's still relevant today. And so we have to remember him and his legacy and celebrate his life. And so every year we have a gala to celebrate his life. So it's for us to have fun and fellowship, but it's also to remember him as the man that he was, and that the words that he has said in the past still ring today. So we thank y'all for putting us on Commissioner's Court. And I guess we're probably going to be here next year because we're going to have a 56. And so we really thank y'all from the NAACP. And also, President Coleman couldn't be here because he was at an RTA board meeting. So he said, I'm up next. So that's why I'm here. Thank y'all.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for presenting this. We have this for you. I don't have the other one. Do you want to take a picture or anything, please, to give to them?
Where's the, I thought there was, oh, I'm just gonna stay up here.
Oh, get over here.
She'll take a picture. She'll take it. Come.
Thank y'all. You sure you don't want to get it?
Oh, come on. Jump in. Come on, jump in. One more. She's going to do it.
Who wants to get in?
Oh, yes, come on.
We told you you'd be in that picture one way or the other. Come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
And then we have one more, number 3, in recognition of Mr. Dennis Berry. The Berry family let us know they would not be attending, but we are going to present this as well at the livestock show, and the family, someone will be there to get it. So,
Whereas Dennis Wayne Berry, born on November 6, 1957 in Corpus Christi, Texas, was the proud son of Marvin and Laura Berry. He attended Tolosa Midway Elementary, middle, and high schools in Corpus Christi, where he demonstrated early leadership by serving as an officer in the Future Farmers of America at both local and state levels. Dennis later pursued his passion for agriculture at Texas A&M University, where he earned a degree in animal science. And whereas a man of deep faith and boundless love for his family, Dennis found purpose in his work, his deep love and care for animals, and the great outdoors. His dedication to his community was unmistakable, leaving a long-lasting influence through his involvement with his employees, his church, the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show, 4-H, and the Wesley Community Center, and various veteran groups. And whereas, as a young man, Dennis was actively involved in the NCJLS, where he raised lambs and poultry and participated in the agriculture mechanics divisions, experiences that would shape his lifelong commitment to service in agriculture. And whereas, Dennis was a hardworking, honorable man whose passion for enriching the lives of others was reflected in every endeavor. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby recognize and honor Mr. Dennis Berry for his many accomplishments and his legacy of unwavering devotion to making his community and the world a better place for all.
So moved.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously, and Judge Pro Tem, I will be out of town, and Commissioner Matas will be reading this at the Livestock Show on the 18th, I believe, for the Parade of Champions thing. So I think I failed to do this, too. I want to back up a second and welcome back Commissioner Pusley. I'm so sorry I didn't say that in the beginning, but you've been here longer than me, so I just take it as you're here. So your years of service, so no slight or pun intended, but we're happy to have you, and congratulations on your election.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it very much. And I just want to extend my sincere thanks to you and your staff, especially Peyton, who has bent over backwards to help me get and Kim get settled in. And thanks to everybody here, Teresa and the purchasing department and our public works department. Everybody has been over backwards to welcome us back and help us get settled in. So thank you all very, very much.
Yes, and thank you. The other thing I wanted to announce that I failed to do beforehand is, as per this previous commission's vote, and I thought I had it here in my notes, but the rotation of the Judge Pro Tem this year, starting January, is Commissioner Matas. He is the Judge Pro Tem when I am not available for court. So if I'm not available, any of you need to contact someone. You can still contact my Chief of Staff as well, but he will be presiding over the meetings while I'm gone. Next up is public comment. This only people that signed up. We only have 2. Did you want to speak public comment or on a specific item? Just reminder for everyone, it's first of the year. If you speak public comment or anything else, you have 3 minutes. We cannot answer you. We can't speak back. We're not being rude. We're not avoiding you in any way, shape, or form. You have 3 minutes. There's a time limit, and we will cut you off at the end of your 3 minutes. So first up is Mr. Weber, John Weber.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I will read from the Texas Attorney General's website. Members of governmental bodies subject to the Open Meetings Act are required to participate in education training sessions pursuant to Section 551.005 of the Texas Government Code. The training requirement applies to all elected or appointed officials who participate in meetings subject to the Open Meetings Act. The law requires that members subject to the open meetings complete training within 90 days of taking the oath of office or otherwise assuming responsibilities of office. I'm hopeful you all will take the required training. I will play a short clip from it. The person speaking is Division Chief Jenny Holscher.
Football game sits together and starts to discuss public business. That is a meeting, and it's a violation of the act because the requirements of the act haven't been followed. Now, I don't want to suggest here that you can't have friendly conversations, but I do want to emphasize the seriousness of meeting in quorums outside of a properly called meeting. There's a 1990 Texas Supreme Court case where the court found that 2 members of a 3-member water commission violated the act when they discussed public business in the restroom during a break from their regularly called meeting. You need to remember this and recognize the discussions of public business need to be kept to the meetings when you are in a quorum. You can talk to each other in the elevator. You can speak to each other when you run into each other at the grocery. I don't mean to suggest that you can't, but you need to understand that your discussions of public business need to be limited to the meetings. If you don't take anything else away from this presentation today, I want you to take the message that you cannot discuss public business in a quorum outside of a properly called meeting. Doing so could result in severe criminal or civil liability to you and your governmental body.
So we know 3 commissioners cannot meet with each other in a quorum or walking quorum and discuss public business outside of an open meeting. This even includes restrooms. We know 2 commissioners and a commissioner-elect met on Monday, November 25th at 11:30 a.m. at Water Street. We all know that the commissioner-elect is now a commissioner, so another meeting of these 3 people discussing public business outside of a public meeting cannot happen without violating the Texas Open Meetings Act. I and others will be keeping a very close eye on this commissioner's court. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Good morning, and thank you for removing the line item to discuss the public comment, public information requests, and related matters. Items like this arise when we transfer problems from one municipality to another. I would like to remind people that we are aware that many of you hold friendships outside of this court, and following the decorum of how business needs to be handled will be heavily scrutinized by the community that you are supposed to represent. Any type of racism will not be accepted here. Thank you for leaving again, Mr. Pusley.
some things do not change. The First Amendment protects and allows us to air our grievances, no matter whether you agree or if you've heard it before. And as citizens, we're becoming stronger and more vocal to hold electeds accountable and with integrity and honesty. And we haven't had that in a few decades. The irony of electing successful business owners is that you all seem to forget how to do math when you get into office. I hope that the $2 million that was misplaced from the last meeting has been found, and we can do a refresher, maybe not just on that one course, but on how to do math. Luckily, there's a budget specialist on the agenda. And the confusion, considering that the majority of you have held some type of office for at least 3 decades, and the wasting of time of not understanding procedures and protocols is astounding. So maybe that's another course that can be taken by this court to be a refresher in that you guys remember how to follow your own policies and procedure. We will be scrutinizing every agenda, and you all will start being held accountable to the taxpayers. So I implore you to start doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ryan Walling on Zoom. He has his hand raised for public comment.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners.
Yes, you're up, Ryan. Sorry. Yes.
Oh, okay. No problem. Thank you.
Public comment. You have 3 minutes. Yes.
Thank you. All right. So, as all commissioners know, with the exclusion of Commissioner Pusley, I emailed y'all a rough sketch of a presentation for the deputy salary with Nueces County, comparative to 5 other counties in the state of Texas that basically generate the same revenue and property tax rates as Nueces County. And part of the presentation in slide 1 that y'all received was the Rural Law Enforcement Grant Program that basically stipulates any county in Texas under the population of 300,000 or less. If they apply for the grant, the deputies, mainly constables and sheriffs, would receive a minimum salary of $45,000 starting off pay, base pay, and the jailers would receive $40,000. Out of the 18 counties that do not qualify, 6 counties are basically similar to Nueces County, and Nueces County included, as far as population, property tax, sales tax, budget revenue, total general fund. And unfortunately, with that being said, the jailers are the second lowest paid in those 6 counties, and the deputy peace officers are the second lowest paid in the state of Texas. Also, with that slide, there is a COLA adjustment by the federal government, and stating that the Kingsville, Corpus Christi area COLA is higher than most of Texas and most of the U.S., with a 17.4% increase in cost of living. I don't really have much to say other than that, and I know my presentation might be a rough sketch. I did this in about 48 hours compared to the comparative study that you guys have had available for a year to do, and the comparative study that y'all did is quite honestly pathetic. I think you guys could have honestly gotten a little bit more quotes from other comparative companies that could do the study better. My last comment is to Commissioner Chesney. I wish you would put more commitment into deputy salaries like you did with the peer. I think these deputies, they work their butts off, and they deserve a little bit more consideration from y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walling. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on public comment who didn't have the opportunity to sign up? That being said, that is the end of public comment. We will move in. Before we start our board appointments, I have some items that need to be tabled that I was asked to table. Item 3A5, I'm sorry, Commissioner Yester. And the court policy, Commissioner 3A5 on our court policy. Commissioner Pusley has just gotten access to it and would like a little bit more time to go through it and make some more detailed changes.
Judge, before you table, could I had a, I don't have any problem tabling that one, but because it was regarding the Commissioner's Court policy, I was going to make a motion not related to another policy. So before you table, could I just bring that up?
Yeah.
And
What
then
is it? Yeah, sure.
it's another. So I was going to make a motion to direct the county attorney to draft a policy that prohibits a person or a person's spouse from serving or applying for any county board or board the county appoints members to that is employed by that entity that the board serves. Said policy should be brought back for consideration and immediate effect at the February, excuse me, at the first meeting in February. That would be my motion, and I think that'll provide a sense of transparency, and we'll do some of the things that have been asked to have been done before. So that was the motion.
Does that affect any current appointments?
Well, it depends on when that would be the discussion in February. So yeah,
It would be after
I would
these
think
today.
if it does, we would need to table any of those, but that's a different motion.
And you want this to appear inside the court policies that are also being otherwise edited at this time?
I'm just asking, since she's asking to table
Right.
the item that I was going to bring this up then, I'm okay with tabling the item to get Commissioner Pusley whatever time he needs. But, and this motion also provides people time. This is just a directive for you to bring something back for the court to consider in February.
Okay, but
It's
but
a
it's designed to
directive,
be
not a
inserted
motion.
into the court
no,
policies.
Oh, it needs to be a motion.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a motion. That's just the motion that in other words, I can't just direct the county attorney to do it. The whole
Okay.
court has to. So that would
Okay.
be, I'm sorry, what was your question, Jenny?
But it's designed to be housed within the overall court policies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay. I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I don't understand. I'm going to abstain on that. I don't understand really.
I don't think we need a motion on it, Your
I
Honor.
know, a
I really-
direction,
I
that's
really
why I
don't.
said what it,
If we just have Jenny include it, then we bring it back. It'll
Bring it back and review it,
Yeah,
see what the
part of the
draft,
policy.
do a
I just,
draft.
yeah, I just wanted, I just am trying to be transparent and bring it before the whole court and let the public know that what
what
the
our
intent,
intent is.
the
Yeah,
intent
so
that
it
I'm trying to
doesn't need a
get to
motion,
is
you're
we're trying to
welcome.
avoid as
Send
many
that.
conflicts of interest that we can.
Okay,
So,
so I am,
Do a
with
draft,
that
do a draft.
direction, I am making the motion to table 3A5 to bring back to the February court meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. 3A7, I was asked to table, I
Table
believe.
number 3 also?
We're tabling 3A5. We just voted on that one. And now we're tabling 3A7.
and Judge, did you make a date on that table? I'm sorry.
First meeting in February?
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and then you
On the
give us-
first one. The second
Okay,
one,
that's
we
fine.
don't, I don't have a motion.
Yeah,
You can bring it back if you want to.
right, I'll
Yes.
second your motion.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And then the next two, I was directed by Michael Robinson yesterday, 3B1, and these are both under the Sheriff's Office, 3B2. I will table to the next meeting, Michael, 22nd? Indefinitely? Okay. So 3B1 and 3B2, I am making the motion to table. They will bring them back when they're ready.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Now, we will move on to our board appointments. G1, the Krista Spahn Board of Trustees.
Judge, I would like to make a motion to table that one based on the policy request that has been put forth.
Well, I think it all depends on who gets nominated. I mean, we don't, if certain person don't get nominated, I mean, why should we table it? I mean,
Well, because I'd like to open it up, because it's going, if that policy is put into effect, it would also,
Then we would have to remove
well, it would
someone,
also
or could, depends on who we
correct.
appoint.
It would
Yes.
also potentially impact an existing appointed member, depending on what the
Sitting
court
member.
does. And so I would just like to make a motion to table it, open it back up so that anybody and everybody that wants to apply can apply, and we can see what the result of the table, or what the result of the policy is when it comes back to the court.
but they already had a chance to apply. It
Yeah.
was open. It's not like like we didn't give nobody a chance to apply. It was open, so anybody wanted to apply could apply. So,
Right, but
I'm just,
but my vote might be different depending on the policy, because the incumbent that, so I'm just,
talk about Dr. Eslam?
yeah, I
Just say what you said, man.
yeah, I mean, he
Just-
potentially could or couldn't have a conflict depending upon what the policy is of the court. So he holds over, there's no harm, so I'm just asking that we
He's
table it
still
until we.
on until we come back, it would stay
That's
the
all.
same. But the two people that did apply would automatically be on they don't have to reapply.
No,
Yes,
absolutely
okay.
not. But then if the policy comes into effect, it might affect one of the current members, which means we need to open it back up to allow people to apply for what could be another opening.
But if the people are there already and doing a good job, been there, what, 3-4 years, what's the problem? I mean, is there an issue? Hasn't caused an issue, hasn't caused a problem. They're doing a good job, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. The knowledge is very, very, very valuable to those boards. So I don't understand what we're trying to do. I mean,
What I'm trying to do is
remove
avoid
people
conflicts
and
of
remove
interest.
people and put somebody else. And,
That's what I'm trying to do.
Trying to clear up a situation where
For all
you have
county
a
boards, that's the policy. It's
for a
not one board in
conflict of
particular.
interest, and there's
Right,
questions on a couple of these. So I talked to some of the applicants as well, and I know on another one coming up, they submitted a letter to clarify that, to make sure that it's not. While we get a lot of detail and we talk to these people extensively, and you may assume after those conversations that there is no conflict, but the public sees it and only sees the headline, and they don't get all the detail and the backup and the argument on why our attorneys are telling us maybe this is okay, maybe this is not. So I see that we should clarify, and we should make it clear to the public, clear to our applicants as well. We want people to sign up. We want them to serve on these boards, and we are very appreciative of the people who have signed up and are serving. But if there is a hint of conflict, we stymie business with when you put them on boards and they're not allowed, or they have to abstain, or we get
There's
people from the
conflict.
public.
I mean, we deal with conflicts all the time, and, the conflicts on vendors, conflicts on boards appointment, conflicts on this. So, I mean, at what point how do we clear this whole thing?
I
That's
think
the
that's
point
what
of
he's
the
trying
policy.
to do,
That's
so
what I'm trying
that
to do.
we.
No, the policy's
hope
not
that's
going to
what he's
clear
doing.
everything.
Yeah.
I mean, let's get it. I mean, I think that if there's an issue that's happened, we need to know. People need to know that why we're doing this. I mean, is there a
Oh,
reason for
okay.
we're doing this?
No,
I
that's
mean,
a
we
good
haven't
point.
explained that to the people yet. Why
That's
are we
what
doing
I'm
it?
putting on the policy in February, to have that very open and transparent discussion that we've tabled to bring back, so that Jenny can give us a policy to talk about and have a clear and open discussion about. We've already tabled that item, so we can't really have this discussion anymore. But and then it relates. There are boards that absolutely, if someone works for an entity and is on a board, I think the public is going to look at that as a conflict of interest. And I think this court needs to define what it is, so that we don't have to make judgment calls all the time, that it's clearly articulated what it is. So that's the point of the policy. Everybody will get to weigh in. The public will get to come talk about it. Everybody will get to do it. But yes, this SPAWN board is one that has potential conflicts depending upon what this court does. That's why I'm asking to table this until we can bring it back and have a discussion and let the court decide on what a conflict of interest is on these boards. And that is one, as looking through these boards, that I see as a potential conflict. So if we're going to pass a policy in February, then we shouldn't be appointing people now that or shouldn't be making a decision on people now until we decide what a conflict is. That's all I'm saying. And
You know, and I kind of agree with you at one point, Commissioner, but I think that we're going to do that I think we need to go one step further and let's look at everything.
that's what I'm saying. It's a countywide board.
Anybody doing business with people poor, like the poor, doing business with other agencies that we appoint people to, we need to also look at that. I mean, there's got to be a conflict in everything, right? So we talk about conflicts, we've got to talk about everything.
That's
Okay?
I think that's what he's asking for.
That's what I'm asking to do.
I mean, you talk about just appointments. You weren't.
Well, you can put whatever you want on the agenda. Put it on the agenda. We can talk about whatever you want to
For
talk
the
about.
motion out there, and we shouldn't be
want to
having all of this discussion. Let's stop. We have a motion to table. Do we have a second to add the policy to the next February meeting?
Yeah, actually, it's just a motion to table the Christie
Yes.
Spahn appointment
Yes.
until the first weekend, in the first meeting in February after we decide on whatever we're going to decide on that policy. That's the motion.
I know typically on a table motion, there's typically not supposed to be
Not any
discussion.
discussion.
I didn't have
Or
a
Yes.
debate, but
Yes.
I need to ask our legal counsel, our county attorney, so does this motion, as you understand it, if it were to pass, does that apply to everything? Because we have a full list of appointments today. So would your recommendation be to wait on all of them? Because there may be conflicts that we know of or don't know of, and so if we're going to apply it to one, do we apply it to all? I mean,
If you see other ones, then please bring it up. I looked through all of them. I only saw one that would potentially be affected by this thing. If you see others, bring it up. I don't see others that have those conflicts. I see it on the Spahn one. That's why I'm making the motion to table. If you see it on the others, then bring it up one by one and let's
Those
talk
two,
about it.
if there is a conflict.
I don't see it on the other appointments or the other boards. I only see it on this one. That's why I'm only making a motion to table this one. But
If
see
you
it-
have any concern on the other boards, then
Can
That
we
would
take,
be wise.
can we just table the whole thing to the next meeting?
well, that's my question. I mean, I don't want to, this is a lot, and there's been a lot of people been waiting for
Yeah,
this
and
new
they're
court
here. Yeah.
to come in because we had the holdover because there was appointments that should have been made in the fall, and they didn't. So I'm personally concerned. I don't want us to delay another month. But I do agree, like, how does this apply, or what's your interpretation of this motion, and how's that apply to everything? And also, too, so that's your part, but, I mean, in looking at the applications, we don't really have any, I guess, do we have a part in there that says
You have to
if there are
answer if you have
conflicts,
a
right? You do
conflict,
have to
yes.
answer that?
Yes.
So maybe something, maybe a little bit more specific that needs to be included as well, that maybe your team can come up with. I mean, if it's only one, like I said, I don't want to delay because I know there's a lot of people waiting to get appointed or reappointed. If it's that only one, but I don't want to also make it seem like we're only
Targeting
singling
them.
out one
Absolutely.
particular group. So that's my counter. That's kind of my battle I'm going through with this discussion. So, long legal question, but can you help me with that?
if you are concerned, then I would delay on a board. Now, the applications, as far as I recall, do not give enough detail for us to determine whether there is a conflict. There's a conclusory statement in there about, do you have a conflict? So if you want us to go down and check these things from our perspective, we are going to need more detail from the applicants.
Well, if that's the only one, I mean, there's several that have been waiting and that are important to quorums, like the airport board. I mean, those are ones that, I mean, I have concerns with. So I'm okay with this, I guess, whatever the original motion was, Commissioner. If it's just that one, then we proceed, or...
This also, keep in mind, guys, is an appointment that is just a offer to the hospital district. We don't really appoint. They vote on this. Someone else votes on this. It is not our appointment. So,
It's a recommendation.
yeah,
I get it.
I
So
couldn't
it's
think of the word, sorry.
It's just, that's the only one that I see, Commissioner Matos. If you see others, please bring them up individually. I'm just making the motion to table this one
That's what
for
came in
now
my head.
until
That's
we
why I
decide
asked.
what the policy is. That was
The
it.
motion would be to,
And he would stay, the person that's
Right.
there, until we have this vote. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I have a question also. So if we don't think that there is a conflict with the applicants that are applying today, why should we
Open it up.
why should we not go ahead and make those appointments, and then we can clear up the conflict if there's an existing one when we redraft the policy?
Well, because at this point we have, okay, so at this point we have two people that work for SPAWN who are on the SPAWN board. I think that is a conflict, but this court has not deemed it as such. We have no policy that says it is.
Understood.
I believe they both work for SPAWN. I'm not sure about one. I don't think either. I think they're both very qualified, great people, but they both work for SPAWN and they're on the SPAWN board. That, to me, is a conflict. But that's me. That's not this court's decision. So I think because the person is very good, it'd be hard for me to vote against him if this court doesn't deem it is, because we voted for him before. He's done a good job, right? The other lady does a good job. But I still think we have to look at putting a policy in place.
Would your request to legal also include if that person had family members that worked for the entity?
What my motion would be, yes. If you work for or your spouse, that was what my motion was, that y'all said we didn't need to have a motion. I was trying to give some direction. If you or your spouse works for a board that we appoint to, works for, like not does business with somewhere down the line, one deal or something, but is employed by, that to me is a conflict. That may not be what this court determines in February is the definition of a conflict. I don't know yet until we have that policy discussion, so I don't know if it's fair to vote today on someone that this court may think it isn't a conflict. So that's all I'm saying, is just to table it so it coincides with the policy and we vote on it that day. But if y'all want to go ahead, I'm not trying to, this is taking way longer. I thought it was a simple table, but if it's not, and if y'all want to vote on it, that's fine too.
I'm the new guy. Y'all, whatever y'all want to do, I'm fine with.
So I'll make the motion to table the SPAWN board. If there's not a second, then we'll move on. And that's my explanation. But
I will second, because it doesn't do away with it. Dr. Islam is going to stay. We're going to have this discussion, and we will vote on it in February. So for this one board, we're not leaving y'all without somebody. We'll come back in February and make the appointment.
So he can be out in February.
good.
If we decide it's appropriate, but if not, we can reappoint him in February. It's like.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Mm-hmm. We have a motion and a second, though, right now. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
The motion passes, 3 ayes, 2 noes. Item number 2, hopefully they're going to go a little quicker. Nueces County Historical Commission, we have,
Your Honor, I would move that we approve the list that was submitted to us by the Historical Commission for approval.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. There was one additional application. Was this board full? Is this, or are all the appointments reassigned? Was there an opening? I don't see it in my notes. Somebody changed my paper.
It's an unlimited number, I believe.
Oh, it is.
The way the
So
Historical
we
Commission
did
is set
have
up.
an application other than the list that was provided. Tracy Jackson, are we adding that? Yes.
Yes.
I would make the motion to appoint him as well.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 3, the Airport Advisory Board. We had 2 letters of intent from members that are on there. One late letter application from Peter Kendig.
Judge, I would make a
all.
motion that we
Sorry.
reappoint the incumbents Keely Hunsaker and Terry Mills.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint the incumbents Terry Mills and Keely Hunsaker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. We have some other openings there. We have an at-large opening, and we have, Commissioner, it looks like Precinct 4 has no appointment.
I think it's 2 and 4, right?
And we did have,
Oh, it's
well,
two,
it
just-
was a late application,
also
so we would have to open
two also
two
'cause he
openings,
passed away.
yes.
I would just make a motion that we reopen and the applications for Precinct 2 and Precinct 4 positions and allow the late letter to be included in the new opening so that everybody has an opportunity to apply.
I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
2 and 4.
The Nueces County Number 4 Animal Services Advisory Committee, we had 2 letters of intent from Ms. Winkley and Stevens. I would make the motion to accept their reappointment.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Also with the intent, there are 2 more open slots on that to reopen if anyone wishes to apply. I think
Second?
there's a motion. We should probably just do that in the first round. So we have a motion and a second to reopen that position. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 5, the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee. We had all 10 plus the, including the chairman, so there's 11 standing and 1 new applicant. And
Actually, Judge, there's 6 positions which expire and the 1 new applicant. And so I would make a
On the
motion,
beach
or 2 new applicants, I'm sorry.
yes,
And so I would make a motion that we reappoint the 5 existing that asked to
there's
be
this-
reappointed and to also appoint J.J. Hart to be on that as well.
because there is space on there. The
Yes,
chair
ma'am.
is not included as one, so yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the, I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. The Nueces County Child Welfare Board. And it is,
Judge, motion to reappoint the 3 incumbents, O'Reilly, Young, and Hassan.
and there was 1 additional application. Do we want to do that too? There is room on the board.
And there were 2 vacancies.
The 3 incumbents, the letters of intent, we have a motion. I'll second that motion to reappoint the 3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Tracy Jackson also applied for that, and I think Commissioner Pesley was fine with that.
Motion to approve Mr. Jackson being added.
Yes, I'll second that. All those in favor of appointing Mr. Jackson to this board as well?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. The Nueces County Coastal Parks Board, we had 3 applicants, I believe, and this is the county judge's recommendation. Because of the board having Padre Island and Port Aransas and the coastal parks covering the whole beach area and all the piers and everything, it is my recommendation to appoint Randall Moore from Port Aransas to give us 2 members from Port Aransas on there, and the rest of the members are all the island members.
Do you want to appoint and reappoint, or do you want to do one at a time? However you, it's your slate, Judge, so however you want to do it. This one's a little different because
I thought, well, let's appoint and reappoint the others. Yes, that's different.
at the same time, or, I'm sorry.
At the same time's fine.
Okay,
Let's do
so-
it quick. Yes.
Motion to reappoint Troy Adler, Mitra Khan, Bob Paulison, Misty Swoboda, and M.K. Walling, and to appoint
Randall Moore.
Randall Moore, as per the judge's slate. So I guess it's your motion, and I'll apologize.
Thank you. That's
And I'll
okay.
second
I already said he was my recommendation. So.
Did you mention Kimberly was on, was she on there?
Yeah, she's on there.
Okay, I
She's the
didn't
other
hear.
Port Aransas
Oh, okay,
appointment.
gotcha.
Yes, mhm.
Okay.
And she sent her letter in, yes.
You know, that's a good point. I didn't say that name, so I apologize, but it's on there. I apologize. It's,
Okay, that's fine.
thank you.
I didn't think I heard.
No,
her
no,
name.
thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you
Judge
very
Bob-
much for being here, Mr. Moore. We appreciate your,
And Bob Paulson was on that list too, that I didn't say out loud. I'm sorry. So I was reading the one below. I apologize.
All the incumbents.
my booklet is out of order. It's like, I'm looking at the wrong list. So I'm just going by what y'all say, but everyone asked to be reappointed except for Cody Bates. We had an opening, and Mr. Moore is our suggestion and just got appointed. We thank you for being here, and thank you for serving on this board for us. Number 8, the Nueces County Emergency Services District 1.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Keith Helvelka, Bernard Maurer, and Kyle Lukenbach.
All the current members.
Yes. All the
Yes, I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And there's no openings on that. I would like to state, we did have an application from an individual that messed up on his application and applied for this one, and he meant to apply for ESD 4. But we contacted them. They're aware of the mistake on there. So there were no other openings on this one as well. Number 9, the Nueces County Emergency Services District 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I would make a motion to reappoint Gary Graham and David Jackson and to appoint Michael Morgan to the ESD2 board. And there's a vacancy.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And Nueces County ESD number 3. I think we had 2 letters of intent, and I'm passing these on to each of you. If this is your ESD, I assume it should be your suggestion and your appointment. So I think 3 is yours, Commissioner Pusley?
3?
Commissioner
No.
Gonzalez?
Isn't 3 Bishop?
Yeah, part of it, yeah.
Part of it, so it's you both.
Part of it,
Yes,
part of it, yes.
yes, okay, so you share that. We had 2 letters of intent from Gary Euliford and Barry Farkren, and 1 application. But there's only the 2 positions left, so if you all want to continue, that would be a motion with who's on there.
I move we keep with the letters of intent, Barry
Okay.
and Gary. It's up to the commission if he wants to make any changes again.
Do you want
You want a second, Commissioner Pusley,
Yeah, I'll
since
second.
this is y'all's? Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Then we have Nueces County ESD number 4. There are 3 positions. All 3 sent letters of intent.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Paul Swedish and Otis Groupie, and I would like to make the motion to include appointing Alton Coing to that Emergency Services District number 4. So it'll be Coing, Swedish, and Groupie.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 I'm going to abstain on that one, Judge.
Okay. And 1 abstain. Item number 12, Nueces County ESD number 6. There, who has number 6? Is that yours too, Commissioner?
Right.
That's Driscoll.
Driscoll?
Yeah, I have 2
Bishop.
letters of intent, which is Hassett and Ordner.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make a motion, we go reappoint Ordner and Hassett.
I'll second that.
And then there was one application, or there's one other opening?
I think there's only 2 openings, right?
We didn't
It says
get
3
a letter,
positions.
there's 3.
It says 3 positions have
Yeah.
terms which expire.
Okay,
We can do
Mowbray.
You want to do them all,
Asset. Oh,
right?
well, Mobley sent in a board application instead of a letter of intent. It looks like she is already serving.
Yeah, she's
So
serving
all
already.
3 are serving on there,
Oh.
so appoint
Yeah,
all 3.
I'm-
You want to change your
change my
motion to appoint all 3?
instead of 2.
And I second that.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now moving on to item number 13, the Nueces County Hospital District Board of Managers. And this one we do differently as per our policy. I believe the whiteboard is in here, and I'm not sure where Peyton is.
Judge, while Peyton gets here, I'd just like to comment that I think most of us received a letter from outgoing Chairman John Valls, and so
Absolutely.
just want to thank him for his years of service, and I know he could have reapplied and chose not to, so this gives us an opportunity for 2 new names to be appointed to this very important board. If this last year showed us anything, how important hospital district and connecting to the community is needed in good representation. So thanks to Mr. Walls.
Judge, I want to echo that as well. Public service is definitely a sacrifice, and I want to thank Chairman Valls for his dedicated service to the hospital district. That, to me, honestly, the hospital district is the most important appointment that we make in this county. It is a little under the radar for a lot of people, but the millions and millions of dollars that board controls and helps our indigent care is so vital to this community that a lot of people just don't know enough about it. So to me, this is the absolute most important board appointment that we make, and I appreciate the service of Chairman Valls. Thank you.
Likewise.
I agree.
100% unanimous here. We do appreciate his service and his help with us in this court the many times he's coming in.
I just never saw the conflict of interest on him, but that's one of the reasons that he's not reapplying, of course.
Yes. But we do echo those comments for us, please. On the Hospital District Board of Managers, this is the whiteboard. We've only done this one other time, I think, for Port Commissioner appointment as per policy. We had applications from Betty Billings, John Lucians, Georgia Neblett, Karen Urban, and Bert Quintanilla. Each commissioner will be able to select one name and ask for it to be put on the board. And then it will go back around because there's 2 positions on the Hospital District Board. Each commissioner will have 2 votes. You cannot place your 2 votes for the same person. It has to be 2 different people. And the first person to get 3 or first 2 to get 3 votes is our appointment. So I will start with you, Commissioner Pusley.
Karen Urban.
Commissioner Modas. Oh, I better wait on her.
And do I have to put a name?
You don't have to put a name. No. Are you skipping, passing?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. Commissioner Chesney?
George Neblett.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Niblett.
Well, this first one is just for names on the board, so if she's already on there, that's...
I'll skip.
Okay. And I will skip 2, so that, in fact, means that those 2 are our appointments because there are no other names to vote on. So thank you for being here. And do we still vote?
Yeah, I think you still have to
we'll
make a
make
motion.
the motion to appoint Karen Urban and Georgia Niblett for our
Second.
Hospital District Board. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 So what were the appointments?
Karen Urban
and Georgia Niblett.
Urban. Who appointed Karen Urban? I never heard her name come up.
Commissioner Pusley?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
we only
Pusley?
had,
I
yes.
thought she said
yes.
Niblett.
No, he said Urban.
I said Neblett.
We were doing the board
Oh.
behind us, the name. So we have,
Again, would that be also, now we're going back to what John Voss was accused of public conflict of interest? She's in Spawn board, so now she's going to be 2 boards. And
She resigned.
as
so what's the difference?
She resigned.
She resigned?
Yes.
From the foundation board. She wasn't an
She was
employee
still
there.
a
She
part of the
raised
board
money.
as of yesterday, so I checked up on
Her
her.
letter on here, and I got a message from someone saying that she hadn't resigned yet. Her
Right.
letter stated if she were appointed, she would
But
immediately
you see,
resign.
if she were, that's the thing, we need to, when we appoint somebody, it's got to be there.
Immediate.
That's part of the policy we're gonna
Yes.
do, I hope, because.
But she doesn't work for
You can't
Spawn.
be part of a board if you're gonna apply, and then say, well, I'm gonna stay, but I'm not gonna stay, so.
She doesn't work for Spawn,
So-
though, Joe.
It doesn't make a difference if she works or not.
But she's
in the
saying she's
board.
going to
Dr.
resign.
Osmond,
So
the same thing. I mean.
she's acknowledging, even though it's
And
not.
to me, it's a
she's-
conflict of interest. I mean, and it should, and I think it is. They can't serve in two boards. Margaret and I weren't allowed to serve in two boards, and because they were both boards, just like that.
But that's
You know?
exactly, yes, Commissioner, and that's exactly what needs to be clarified, because I said it was a conflict. I called her and asked for the letter of resignation if she wanted me to consider, and she is a good friend. I don't think it is an actual conflict because she doesn't get paid or make decisions or vote on contracts for Spawn. It is a foundation board that raises money to give to them. It's the total opposite of that. But I still thought this should be addressed because to me, the outside public, we're having this discussion and we don't even understand it. And that's why I asked, if you want my support, if you would send a letter of immediate resignation, I would be happy to support you. And she's done an amazing job for us on our other. I think she will do so as well. But that's what we were talking about, having that discussion for the future because we even have this conflict between us.
Right, I think your point is well made. That is
Totally
she
different.
recognized
Yes.
the fact that it could be looked upon as a conflict, and so
And
she has
she
said
was
if she's
happy
appointed, she's going to
to-
resign, which
She-
is a stand-up person, and so there will be no conflict. And we, you know what, we can even, I'm fine saying contingent upon what she said in her letter, because I'm okay with that,
Resignation.
because she's
Yes,
going to
that's good.
resign, but she wasn't going to resign before we appointed her. Why would you do that?
The judge said she resigned a while back, didn't you say that?
No.
No, she said she would, she sent a letter stating she would immediately upon her appointment.
Well,
Not 90
she's
days
a
from
nice
now, not
lady, but
60
I'm not-
days from
I'm-
now,
I'm just-
immediately upon her
I'm
appointment.
gonna, as far as I cannot vote for that if she's still part of the board.
Okay, so I just want to make sure you saw the letter was in the backup in the packet, Commissioner. It just made it very clear that, and that's
she
a
was
big
happy
deal.
to send the letter, and she said she has loved her term with Spawn, all of the things. But she understood that the public might not understand that, and she wanted to make sure that we were across the board and we were clear at appointing her. There was no conflict. Yes. So are
And I like-
you changing your vote? Yes.
No, I was going to say, I personally like seeing them. She's from Precinct 3. We need some diversity. We had a lot of applicants from Precinct 4, and when you're dealing with the indigent, I think that that's important to have a diversity from all parts of the county. So I would love to see that somehow change. I don't know if we could do it in this legislative session, but perhaps create places like we have on some of these other boards where we know Port A gets representation as they should for beach-related issues. But something like this, that it's not just a matter of rushing to who can ever get the 3 votes, but someone that, and it doesn't necessarily have to be one for each precinct, but at least a little bit more general area, so we're at least getting some from the Blunser, Calallen, Agua Dulce area, and then maybe the center part of the county, and then, so, just a suggestion looking forward, because I do like it. I see that, she is from Precinct 3, and so I think that that will help for us, but I think that goes to a bigger issue when we talk about appointments, so.
And Georgia is here, and we do thank you for stepping up and taking this position. We have already voted on those 2, Commissioner. If you would like to change your vote on the
Yes.
one, we.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, the
Billings.
one,
Well,
we'd have to do the whole separate because you can't vote against both like that, yes. So,
Do you want us to separate it for you, Commissioner? So you can vote against one and vote for the other since you were for the other one? Or do you want us to you just want to be a no for both?
No, I think I vote for Billings. I want to vote for Billings. And
You didn't,
so
Billings
we need
she
to
didn't
go
get
back.
nominated.
she didn't get nominated, yeah. So there's only 2 that we could
So
vote on.
I just won't vote for, I rescind my vote for Ms. Karen.
So you're just going to be a no? Is
We
that what
have
you're
to
s- okay.
separate it.
It just,
He
you-
said just for Karen.
Do you want to vote That's what we're saying. Do you want to?
Niblet's okay, my vote's for Niblet.
Okay, so then,
So we got to separate them. Let's back up. We will rescind the motion. I will make the motion to appoint Georgia Neblett to the Hospital District Board.
second.
We have a motion and
Point
a...
of order, Your Honor, we would have to back up and, we already made a motion and a second and voted on it, didn't we?
I just said I rescinded my motion.
Then you
I
have to
just
have a
told
second
him.
rescind.
Oh, well, second, sorry. It was like I
Whoever
thought there was
seconded,
enough
who
discussion.
seconded?
Who made the original motion, or who seconded?
Who made the motion second, Lorenzo?
I think
Yeah. To appoint both of them, yes.
Did I make the motion? Or did I
I
second?
made the motion, you seconded. I just said I
I'll
rescinded
withdraw
my
s-
motion,
I'll
so,
withdraw my second at the moment.
thank
Or-
you.
So that we can let.
Now,
Commissioner
I
Gonzalez.
will, all those in favor of withdrawing the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed to that? The motion to withdraw passes. Now, I make the motion to appoint Georgia Neblett to
Second.
the Hospital District Board. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is unanimous.
Nay.
That's on Neblett.
For Georgia Neblett?
Oh, I'm sorry, Niblet.
Thank
I
you.
got a name going on my
Thank
mind
you,
right
I
now.
know. I was rescinding and coming back to, yes, okay, so unanimous, thank
I
you.
think I voted twice for her, I think, I'm not sure.
Now, we need a motion for Karen, I'll make the motion for Karen Urban.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by John Matas for Karen Urban. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
1 nay. 4-1, the motion passes. Thank you very much. Is that clear, everybody?
Well,
Thank you.
I do have a question on a go-forward basis, I'm sorry. This is a little weird. So we did this, the thing where we practiced Mickey Mouse and all that stuff. So why did we,
Because no other names were put on the board to vote on. We only had 2 names put
okay,
on the
so
board.
then we just go to the normal way we would do things?
There's nobody other, we didn't have anybody else for anybody. It has to be on the board for you to place a vote for anyone on there.
Okay.
That's why every commissioner got the opportunity to put one name on the board.
Okay.
For the three big boards.
Yes.
Which
for
are Port, Hospital District, and
RTA.
RTA.
Okay.
All the others just normal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think
So there was
Spawn-
no
and I think
reason.
I'm good.
Spawn, actually,
Yes.
John. I think Spawn's that way
Moving right
too. I
along.
think we put
Oh,
them in
Spawn.
too. I think.
4 boards, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. If that's not difficult enough, thank you for being here, both of our appointments over there. We appreciate you all very much. Moving on to item number 14 then, the Nueces County Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities Board.
We only had, putting one person on 3 county boards is is getting a little out there, but we only have one
Application,
application on this one. Do we want to maybe go back and,
reopen.
or either reopen or maybe not put him on the, say, the Historical Commission? I mean, 3 boards for one person, Commissioner, may be a little much.
Okay, so, yeah, and I want to explain to, I want to explain to the court, when Mr. Jackson came by and asked me to support him, he had letters for every board.
Like 6.
Yeah, all of them. And I said, I can't do that, but I did, but what he did is he submitted his application and used the one that I did sign for the Parks Board and for all the other boards. And I brought that to the attention of Teresa, because Tara was out sick. I said, he erroneously took my letter that I signed and used it for applying for every boards. So if we already have him on 2, I agree. I think that's good.
So we can either take him off.
We can either take him off of
and put him
one,
on this one,
or
because
and
we
put
don't,
him on this one. And so,
they've got plenty on the Historical Commission if you want to pull them off that one, and because we don't have any other applicants for this board that we're
Yeah.
on right now. So,
I think that would be the thing to do, is
So-
pull him off the Historical Commission.
Judge, I would make a motion to rescind, or I would make a motion to not appoint Mr. Jackson to the Historical Commission and to appoint him instead to the Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities Board.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second.
I appreciate his enthusiasm.
I do too.
I'm fired. That's great.
You want to go somewhere, you just.
Sometimes we can't get people to apply to anything.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
Not your fault.
Item number 15, the tax increment reinvestment zone number 6, the Barisi Village. And these appointments have to live in the neighborhood of, that's a requirement for this. And we had one appointment, applicant John Hardy. I would make the motion to appoint.
Second.
We have a motion, let me retract that. My motion to appoint, but to also open it back up for the other position that we need. So we can do it in one.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
And Judge, just for the public's identification on this, this board, this district is similar to like Commissioner Pusley and Commissioner Gonzalez had earlier, where it's kind of a split. So this one is shared between Precinct 3 and Precinct 4. And John Hardy has been very instrumental in the community and organizing that community and really swaying the initial reaction to this development being put in their neighborhood. From one of disdain to one of full support, or almost unanimous support. I don't think there's quite 100%, but he has been instrumental in that and been very open in inviting and communicating with Commissioner Chesney and I. We've been invited to a couple of public events that he has helped hosted, where there's huge turnout from the neighborhood. A lot of families, kids even brought to these meetings. So we sometimes don't get to highlight some of those picks. We just pick a name because it's there or it's the only one. But I really felt that John Hardy is someone that needs to be identified as who's put work. And there's others, and I'm sure we'll see their names come through. And I think this one, had this one been waiting?
Yes.
Since we got the new
Yes.
court.
Yes.
So it's been a little time coming for him to get this appointment, so.
Agree. Thank you very much. Yes.
And,
Yes,
Your Honor, if I
Commissioner.
could, with respect to our ESDs, and I think we have kind of the same situation where there's some boundary line confusion here, and I would like to ask that we try to clarify that. I'm fine with just having 2 ESDs, but, we need to make sure we're doing this in the correct fashion. So, and I even understand that there's some discussion about redrawing the boundaries.
They're working on that, and it's not having only 2 ESDs throughout the county. He's talking about his coverage, his area, yes. So that is going to be coming up, and you might want to schedule a meeting with Chief Clack. He would probably, he's the one that's been working on the maps and everything on the changes. Yes.
Okay, very good. But
yes.
I'm fine with whatever we come up with.
Perfect.
Thank you.
He wants to expand his area, so.
Yes.
Cover no man's land.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to
You know,
do,
when I was
which
here
is good.
last time, Joe,
Somebody has
you
to
had the
do
most geographic area, and somehow I ended up with the most geographic area. I don't
Well, we had a good meeting.
know how that happens.
We did it while you were gone,
Well, I was
just
gone.
Short span.
No, just
What
kidding.
happens when you leave the room?
Moving on to our consent agenda. Is there any items on the consent agenda that any commissioner wishes to pull for further discussion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Yes.
Oh, you want to pull something? Yes, sir.
Pull 3 and 7.
Which one, Joe?
On the consent agenda, this is going to be,
Which one did you say?
Yeah, which one?
which one? I don't know which one. How do you know which one it is?
Special motion?
It's City of Corpus Christi and Johnson Control.
Say again?
Again.
Is it on one of the special motion checked
Special
registers?
Well, it's in the regular special motion.
So you want to pull C, 3C? Is that the special motion? Is this what you want to pull?
I don't know which one it is. I pulled them out.
There's several on there.
Yeah. We should just do one, number them all the way through, but I don't know, are we doing?
Do you have any idea
we're
which
doing
one it is,
sections now,
Lisa?
not in this section
Yes,
here.
I believe that he is referring to the special motions regular, which is
January 8th?
the January 8th.
2025.
So pull,
Okay.
I believe
3C.
it's C.
I mean, C, AC.
Judge, I would make a motion to pass the remainder of the consent agenda except item C.
Commissioner Pusley, you want to second that? Because I
I'll
think you
second
had
that.
started it. Yes,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I'll second his
That's
motion.
okay.
I'll let it, I apologize. Make it his motion, I'll second.
My motion would be to pass all but C.
And Commissioner Chesney seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And moving on to item C, Commissioner, what are your questions?
Again, my question is on this, number 3, which is the Corpus Christi, the Health District. And I don't think nothing has changed as far as, but we're still paying the full amount for services that are limited. So what,
Our contract with them still states those days right now.
I think the contract with us in December, right?
It's,
No,
Or
sir.
March?
Well, it was an extension for 2 months, but we're month to month right now. So this payment is for January.
Okay, well, I'm saying we're still paying them the full amount that
Yes, sir.
we're paying them before, so, we have to make I think we should make some adjustments here of what are we paying for and how much we're paying for what, and, I mean, we complain about throwing money away and giving money away, so that's what we're doing here, so, I just can't, I'm not gonna be able to vote for this one here, but I think we need to look at that sooner or later. What are we going to do with it? I mean, we're going to continue giving them all that 101.7 million, for what they're doing. I mean, I think somehow we need to come back and look at it and go back to the table and see what we're going to do. So, I mean, if y'all are happy with doing that, then I guess that's fine. But your complaints all the time that we don't have any money.
I think that the City County
Excuse me.
Health District
I'm
wants
sorry,
to come back.
Commissioner.
Yeah,
It's
go
for the
ahead.
month of December, not January.
Month of December, we're
Right.
still on that, and then even if we were to stop, they have 3 months before, so we're on a month to month until
Correct.
the city has met. They want to come back in February to readdress that and make it confirmation, but right now we are operating under those negotiated terms that we had, that they are there 2 days a week and the monthly, the 2 times a month, or I'm sorry, I'm off the top of my head, I don't have it in front of me, but the negotiated terms that we went forward with. So this is an actual bill and we do actually owe it, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so,
But they want to come back in February and as soon as we can, probably in February, and
well,
That's
I can't make a motion on something I'm not going to vote on, so.
okay, I'll make the motion to pass. We have a motion and second to pay the health district bill or to approve the motion or the register. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Hey.
1 opposed and 4 ayes.
Well, then I'm 7 on Johnson Control. Again, I'm going to question it again as I did before. And again, I don't know where we're at with this thing again, in Johnson Control. You said $5,280. Is that for something that we still own for services? Or is it something that in the savings that we're getting from Johnson Control? So how much longer are we going to be with Johnson Control? Does anybody know?
Teresa, you want that one?
Well, it's Public Works, but this is the measurement and verification that we have with Johnson Controls, and they're in year 13. It's a contract that we're under for a minute.
This is the last
And
year,
so-
you say?
No, this is the final year 13
Of the contract?
of the contract.
So,
This contract has been going on since 2010.
so let me ask Lisa, I guess. Lisa, are we making any money with Johnson Control like we're supposed to? Any kind of savings here for the energy savings?
Good question.
That's a wonderful question that I was not prepared to answer because it wasn't on the agenda. I can research that and let you know. I know that we have an evaluation that's done by a third-party agency every year that determines if we have met the savings metrics. I don't know the status of the most
So when they
recent
do
one
that,
off
who
the
gets
top of my
Who
head.
gets the results? That'd be,
I think Public Works, I asked about this just not too long ago, and Public Works told me it's minimal or something, but I haven't gotten the reports that I asked for.
Don't y'all get don't y'all, if we're saving money, y'all get the money, goes to the audit department from them. So how much are we getting from them on a yearly basis?
We don't get any money from Johnson Controls. There's supposed to be an energy savings. There was a metrics that was created whenever this was originally approved.
Yes.
And there's a third party that comes in once a year and does an evaluation to determine if we did in fact save those monies. I don't know the status of the most recent review that has been done. I know that we, at least on one occasion that I can recall off the top of my head, and I'm not saying it's necessarily this contract, but there was a contract that we had with Energy Savings, I can't tell you which one again off the top of my head, that didn't meet the metrics, and we did get a payment for that. But I only remember that it happened because it stuck out, because it was the one time that I've seen it in my 16 years.
Your Honor, if,
We should instruct Public Works to bring that to the next meeting to
Yeah.
give us,
when I was here when we did the Johnson's Controls, as Commissioner Gonzalez was, and I think you were too, right? Yeah. You weren't on the, okay. Anyway, the original deal, if my memory serves me correct, and you're pretty close, they came in and made the claim that if they came in and did certain things, it would save us money on energy costs, water, heating, electricity, everything we do here mechanically. To do that program, there had to be funding. So the state had money available through a special program, and we borrowed the money, and the deal was that the savings on a month-to-month basis from that deal was supposed to pay for the loan.
Yes, the loan, that's correct.
And if in any month that it did not, Johnson Controls had to make up the difference. And I see Edward shaking his head, so he remembers as well. Now, I do remember specifically that Johnson Controls, in the middle of that deal, after a couple of years, came to us, and they were in trouble on the deal. And the court voted to step up and help bail them out for a month or two. I don't remember what the number was at all. It's been too long ago. But since then, I don't know whether they've been meeting their obligation of covering that through energy savings or not. But somebody's paying that loan back. And I think it was a 15-year loan.
We are making the loan payments per our debt schedule, but they are not funded by debt. It's a non-debt,
Yes.
or not, it's non-tax
Non-tax.
funded, so it's not coming from the INS property tax rate. It's coming from the energy savings. There's a transfer that's made from
so they
the
are
general
funding
fund.
it. They are paying for it then. with
Yes.
energy
Well, they're supposed to
savings.
be, and this third party is supposed to come in
And
every year.
review.
And review
And
it and
every
make
one
sure
of our
that's
energy
happening.
savings contracts, they
Mr.
have a third
Pimentel
part,
came in. He might want to.
separate party that reviews. I'm so glad you're here.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
In regards to JCI, we do get a report once a year from them. We're supposed to meet with them here in February to provide us an update. And also with a third party, which is Raptor Engineering, that does the third party review. They do the maintenance and verification for the report. So we're scheduled for February to meet with JCI and Raptor.
Okay, we have been receiving benefits. We have.
Yes, ma'am. Well, there's 1 year
You're
that.
monitoring this on our behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
And the
Yes.
time that I've been here in the 7 years, I think there's 2 years that they paid back money, or there's money there. I think it was anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000 where they didn't meet the savings requirements.
So maybe we should have an update of, annually or something about these energy savings programs.
Yes, ma'am.
Once you get your report, you should
I-
probably present it to the court.
I would like to
Yeah.
recommend that we do an audit of the program since its inception to see where we are.
We can invite JCI and Raptor to be in Commissioner's Court.
They should be able to provide that for us.
Yes, sir.
I would think. If
That's
they,
a good point.
And when they pay 30,000, whatever it is, that money goes to what, general account?
I think one time, Commissioner, if I'm not mistaken, I think the first one was like 30-something thousand. I know we came to Commissioner's Court and requested if we had some equipment that needed to be upgraded, and I think we used that dollar amount to replace valves or something like that. I can't remember at this time, but I know we used some of the monies to replace some equipment. On this additional monies, I think there's still, that money's still there, but I can get that for you.
And I know that you've been monitoring it. It's just, I prefer, when we can, to get any contractor before us, even if it's a renewal, I prefer in person, but even if they're from somewhere else or they just travel arrangements can't make it in, at least get them on a Zoom. That doesn't cost anything but their time to be here, just so we can have a little bit more interaction. I know you're our point of contact, and this is not about you. This is just in general. I think we need to make sure that we have as many groups as we can without bogging us down and stretching out our meetings all day long, to at least come up so that when we do see them, we can ask these questions directly, and then you can help guide us on that, because this is important. And I think as we move forward into the budget process and we look at contracts, now this one may not cost us anything, but there could be others that do, or we could do without, and we need a significant notice to cut those ties, right? 60 days, 90 days, a full year, whatever that it is. So I worry about that part of it as we're going into another tight budget cycle. So if we can get them in, that would be great. I think give us all a chance to ask more questions. On the Johnson Control, I mean, I was familiar with it because the county were the ones that really started that, and I think initially it was a really good program, and it still may be. And then I know CCISD took similar actions with them when I served on the school board there, and we followed the Nueces County blueprint. That's what we did. So when I came over here, I was already familiar with the program. But I mean, it made sense with, all the cost savings, turning off lights, saving, the electricity as much as we can, streamlining all when I think it was Edward or probably Edward that took me downstairs to go look at the guts, the internal parts of this building and what needed to be replaced here, all the things that have changed. So I know Johnson Control has done good work for us, but we need to see them. And if you want to be the point person for them, great, but I'd like to be able to ask them questions, because obviously we have some for them. And I think it's time to renew and just get them connected with obviously a new court that some of us have probably never met or haven't seen them in years.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with that, Commissioner. And also I would add to that, in the beginning, we used to get a monthly report from Johnson Controls over how much energy was being saved. And I know we all have plenty to read, but I would like to see those reports started up to come to the commissioners again, so we have an opportunity to look at them. But Your Honor, as I was reading through the list of the schedule for the roof job, because I called Edward about this, I saw where the contractor was going to remove the solar panels, and those solar panels are part of the Johnson Controls deal. So before we tear those off the roof.
We did check on that.
And I think
incident.
they've changed that.
Yes.
They're not going to do that now, but those are the kind of things we got to watch for.
And they haven't worked either, but we knew there was a contract that money was borrowed on.
Well, the ones on the jail are not working. I think the ones over here on the roof supply some energy. I'm not sure they're, but
was told no. Yeah.
I think it's time we reevaluate that whole thing. So,
yes,
thank you.
Agree. So, are you going to make the motion to pass that now with the information you've received, or do you want someone else to do it?
Yeah, I think somebody else to do it.
Okay. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
One opposed, 4 ayes. Moving on to our regular agenda, we have Joel and Romo and Patricia Shipton, I believe, on for our item number 1, discuss, consider, and receive an update on the legislative agenda. You have all received our legislative agenda. We've talked about it a few times. I asked Joel and Patricia to be brief because of the time constraints on today's meeting, so they're going to run through it pretty quickly, but you all have their numbers and contacts. They've been meeting with everyone, elected officials, all of the county commissioners as well. They've called upon you or asked for your input, so I will turn it over to you, Joel, or Patricia, whichever one.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. I'm going to punt it over to Patricia real quick, and she's going to kind of give a quick overview of where we are with the session, and then we'll touch back.
And I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to a member of the legislature who wanted to gossip about the speaker's race, which is all anybody in Austin is talking about these days. Just as a quick reminder, I thought we'd go over the makeup of the House and the Senate and kind of what we're facing this next session. The Senate remains virtually the same with the addition of a new Republican member from Nueces County. And so in the Senate, we have the very strong leadership of our Lieutenant Governor, 20 Republicans, 11 Democrats, and some of the priority issues that the Lieutenant Governor has outlined, of course, are school vouchers, reducing property tax, and border security issues. I'm sure there'll be others. We have had a good, we have reached out to our Senate delegation, both Senators Hinojosa, and have asked them to, and have briefed them on Nueces County priorities, and we are moving forward with those. In the House, it's a little more topsy-turvy. There are 2 current Republican speaker candidates. Speaker Phelan opted to step down and is not seeking re-election. And there are 2, I think, as of last week, there are still 2 potential Democratic speaker candidates. We have a Republican majority in the House, 88 Republicans, 62 Democrats. And I will tell you, Joel will verify that both of those caucuses are divided, and it's all a math equation. Somebody has to get to 76. And so we'll see. Honestly, we thought that there would be more of a clarity on this by now, but this may go down to the wire. Swearing-in day is next Tuesday at noon, and so we will keep you posted. We will send you all a text or however you want us to best communicate this information. And also having very good meetings with Chairman Todd Hunter and our new member, Denise Villalobos. She's going to be a great addition to the legislature. Joe, you want to kick it off, go back to our agenda?
Sure. So as the judge mentioned, we've been providing your offices with copies of the legislative agenda as we have been updating them. You have before you is a accumulation of input from you, the members of the court. Kevin Kieschnick, we've been working closely with him on the property valuation legislation and the judge. As we've gone through, Kevin's been great about helping us coordinate meetings with Association of Counties and Urban Counties on this issue. Working closely with Senator Hinojosa's office since last summer, working on this, making sure it's fine-tuned. So, the agenda has gone, we've discussed it with different departments of the county, folks that have approached us. We visited with the city of Corpus Christi to compare notes on their agenda and ours and the hospital district. And so, the priorities are there at the top for you to look at. I know there's some special items each of you have asked or put in that agenda that we have included. And of course, we envision this legislative agenda as a living document. As issues come up and we have more clarity in the House, there may be some issues we come back to you, or we move from monitor to advocate or support or oppose. There will be, there's already bills been filed, not close to 2,000 bills. Of course, the numerous issues on property taxes, that's going to be a hot topic this session. Border security, as Patricia mentioned, vouchers, a lot of mental health and jail diversion issues will be addressed. So we were also looking for opportunities to identify funding for programs that may help the county. We worked with Scott Cross on some language for the coastline. So I'll stop there if there are any questions, but before you is, with your input, the legislative agenda ready for approval. The delegation has received this, is ready to move on these bills, and we will keep you posted as some of these issues move through the process on a weekly basis once they officially convene on Tuesday.
Thank you. Commissioner Modis has a question, I think, or a comment. I'm not sure.
Joel, Patricia, thank you all for being a part of our team again this session. You are vital in helping protect Nueces County interests and advocate for that, and your years of experience throughout the legislature really helps us, and I don't think people realize that in the community. I know that you have some other partnerships with entities, governmental entities within our Coastal Bend area. What are those groups, and how do they, or how can they benefit us? And what are we doing to ensure that those partnerships are not counterintuitive, that we are working on the same side of every issue, or that we make sure that we work those things out so we don't turn a backyard squabble into an issue there in Austin?
Commissioner Modis, we currently represent the city of Port Aransas. We agreed to take them on this session. It's a new contract for us. It runs starting this month through the end of session. And they are mostly in a defensive posture. A lot of their issues align with the counties. We felt comfortable that there were no conflicts, but made it clear that when we took that contract, it would be that Nueces County had supremacy. In other words, if there was if the conflict should arise, we would defer to Nueces County on that, and they agreed to that.
And they both
We
contacted me. Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, I was just letting them know. You contacted me before y'all took that contract as well.
Yes, ma'am, we did. And similarly with the Nueces County Hospital District, we also represent them and have for, oh, Joel, I'm forgetting. Is this our second session with them? Yes. And we are part of a larger team for the Nueces County Hospital District. There is another lobby entity that also represents the hospital district, and so we feel like that is a little easier to manage it with regard to conflicts, because we can step back, make sure that our representation of Nueces County has supremacy again, and let others manage whatever might come up there. But again, we don't anticipate any conflict of interest. And then lastly, in Nueces County, Chairman Hunter asked us to take on, and we are very happy to do so, and it's been a fun project, the Ritz Theater renovation. They're seeking a state appropriation if possible. We know that's a hard uphill battle, but we are willing to carry that load for them this session and see what we can do to help them. And they have been good partners.
That's good. I'm glad you brought that up. My concern is that we in Nueces County have been notoriously bad, and this goes on all of us, not to place blame, but just we collectively. I don't see us taking advantage of state funding as much as other entities or other parts of the state do. When I look at drainage issues, and we know we have a lot, and unfortunately Commissioner Gonzalez stepped out, but when we talk about drainage, and of course we're in a severe drought right now, extreme drought actually right now, but looking at drainage issues, those are going to be a big problem one day. Hopefully, God willing, we're going to have rain, and when we do, we know we're going to get those phone calls and the complaints of what's being done with the ditches that we have or any other work that we've done throughout the county. But there's a lot of money that can be added on as riders or appropriations, however it's worded, however it's allocated. What can we do, or have we missed the boat on that, on being able to ensure that we get our chunk? I know we get funding from time to time, but every time I turn around, Hidalgo Drainage District #1 is getting tens of millions of dollars each session. And if I went back and looked it up, I'm sure it's close to $100 million, at least since the time that I've been a commissioner. And so what can you do to help us ensure that we're getting funding like that? Because it's great to hear about Ritz, but Ritz is not a public entity, and I know that
right.
that Chairman Hunter is important, and I know that he should be weighing in on that and other issues that are important. And I got my coffee.
Agreed.
So we can have Chief Smith right now, and you hear his name thrown out there as in the speaker's race, and if it hasn't been, I'm doing it because that's what I hear from my sources. So it's important. It's nice to hear that, but I want for the taxpayers. I don't want for a private entity. I want for Nueces County. So what can you do for us, or what plan can we set up in the next few months? I mean, we have a former member of the state legislature here leading the county, and those who worked here. Brent, back when he was young, worked there
That's a
side by side.
long time ago, man.
That's right, yeah. So we got some good experience. I think one of the best teams that we've had in quite a while. But so what can we do to ensure we get some of that funding, or is this something that takes years to plan for a session in the future? What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're right, Commissioner. There are opportunities, and we probably maybe should have been a little bit more diligent about the planning for those. But I will say this: these are not closed cases. So generally, state funding is going to be in large chunks, as you know, to state agencies, and those state agencies are given wide discretion. I think we need to go mine those state agencies a little bit deeper, a little bit harder, make sure those relationships. We did a really good job, or have done a good job in the past with the General Land Office. Let's do the same thing with the Water Development Board, especially when it comes to water. New Commissioner Brooke Pop over there is the new executive commissioner, and would love to work with her. She's an old ally and of mine, and worked with me in Governor Perry's office. I would love to contact her. Let's get her together with you, and let's talk about those opportunities. Would love to do that, and let's start there. And then we will add these. So as these funding measures go forward, we will go and make sure that they are county eligible and those kinds of things, and make sure you're aware of them so that we can give some input on how those funding structures are and what the application process is. But a lot of this is in the detail in the administration when these funds go to these agencies.
So,
Commissioner, there was some interim hearings a lot on these issues that just released a report in December. So we'll send you a copy of the report. But on our legislative agenda, there are a lot of listings of the Water Development Board, the TIF fund, drainage, and I know commissioners of the court in the past have asked us to find out where we can find some more funding for Colonia and drainage issues. So we will turn those into support if you'd like us to do instead of monitor on the agenda, or we can come back to you and say, hey, here's a bill, the omnibus bill that's going to be funding these projects. We need a resolution from the court on these.
Yeah, I think that would be great, and you hit, I think, the two biggest issues of the drainage and the colonias, at least in my precinct, and I'm sure, and I know for sure, and precinct 2, Commissioner Gonzalez's area as well. So those would be helpful. And then we got some built-in partners. We have a new team, relatively new team there at the Drainage District number 2, also the water system in Robstown. So all the infrastructure that we need to talk about of what it means to sustain our colonias or these new developments, these new, we are having developers come in all different parts of the county outside city limits that are wanting to develop. So those would be important too. I'll look forward to talking to you more about those offline. So thank you.
And Commissioner, you're right about those developer. We ended up at last session kind of with a last minute request from several counties up and down, but not just on the border, but all across Texas, asking them to join us. There were a couple of bills that really would have eroded the county's ability to regulate development, and they were being pushed. We anticipate those coming back this next time. We had some great input from the county's departments, and so we look forward to looping you in on those as well, because that was a big defensive posture that we had to take kind of last minute last time, and we're going to be better prepared this time. They did not pass last session, by the way, but we're looking at those coming back at us.
Thank you, Patricia and Joel. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you very much. And I know we will be hearing more from you as the session begins and bills start getting pulled out and brought into committees, but we are here to help whatever we need to. Commissioner Pusley has a question, I think.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate the information. I've just been here a week, and I've looked through some of the reports that you have provided to the Commissioners Court. On a go-forward basis, if we could, I would like to look at a couple of things. One, maybe a little more detail with your reports when you meet with specific legislators, what the conversation was about, and also possibly put together a list of the bills that have been submitted so far that you think would either positively or most importantly negatively impact county government, so that we can be aware and put on a watch list for those. And if we need to, members of this court can contact our respective legislators and make sure that they're watching out for us on those particular kinds of things. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And we have currently, I've just pulled this up. We're currently tracking about 93 bills specific to Nueces County issues. We have a whole separate track on property tax issues because those are voluminous bills, and we'll probably ask Kevin Keishness to help us kind of sort through some of those as well. But we will get you both of those tracks, and any of them you want to flag and have us give you more detail, or go and visit that legislator's office, or we have a conversation about the likelihood of that bill getting very far. We're happy to do that anytime.
Thank you both again. We appreciate you joining us this morning, and we will be talking to you soon.
Thank you all.
Hard work. Yes. Moving on, item number 2 and 3. I may jump around a little bit. I'm going to try to get you guys out of here too before we break, because you've been sitting here, but we have a couple of things that I need to be involved in before I might possibly not be here this afternoon for some of this that looks like it's going to go longer than I anticipated. Item number 2 and 3 is the direction that the court instructed Teresa to go. They're kind of joined, so I pulled them both up at the same time. But Teresa went out, did a scope of work, talked to a lot of people, we contacted several people to see about forensic audits and companies and groups that would do that. So Teresa, I'll turn it over a little bit to you. She passed something out this morning.
Yes, ma'am. The scope of services went out to 6 firms. It was tentative scope of services for any of the firms that might be interested in doing a forensic audit, just to kind of provide their qualifications for it. And we received 2 responses. And I think it was the holidays. The holidays probably delayed a lot of more feedback from other firms. But we did get 2 responses. And one was for CRI Advisors, which is a local firm here in Corpus, and we have Christine Sparks online to answer questions, and Resolution Economics, which is Andrew Coles, is also available online to discuss their qualifications. They did provide backup, which is attached to the agenda. I provided a summary that I put on the dais for everyone, just as like a little recap. And at the bottom, I do kind of talk about funding. And so both of these firms, they were they're qualified, they're have extensive experience, public entity experience. They have professional certifications. And
from your discussion, so I have a quick point out or something. This was, we instructed her first, we want the healthcare audit,
yes,
and quite possibly to move on then to a more extensive audit, but we were concerned about funding and the cost to do that. So I think in the conversations that Teresa and I have and the communications she's had back, it was kind of generally thought that if we get one started, we might, because nobody really wants to give us a price, or it's hard to define what you're looking for in there. In professional services, we can't do a price on something. So we have to also make sure we can pay for whatever we're going to get. So our thoughts were moving forward with a professional agreement up to a certain amount, if we choose to do that, to where we don't put ourselves in a bind budget-wise.
Yeah, Judge, if I may, just procedurally for the court, y'all are positioned, because this is a professional service, to go ahead and select who you wish to based on qualifications. And then after you've made that selection, then you can go into negotiations on what pricing you want for what specific services, and negotiate what that contract would be. And and then I would recommend you come back with what that contract terms would be to approve.
So we don't have to decide all this today. We could just select someone and then you can work out the details later. Perfect.
And if
'cause
we
I'm
don't,
trying
at
to
that
move
time,
things
Mike,
on.
if we don't decide that we want that agency for whatever reason, can we go back to the drawing board?
Yes, the court is free. I understand that this is coming, the funding source is county funds, so you're well within your rights to select whoever you wish. You can just select one vendor and move forward with them on the negotiations. There's no RFQ process required.
And we only had 2 turn in.
If you can't, what you're asking is you can't reach a resolve with that one, then you
Right.
could start over again.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to be tied, and it came.
Right, if you can't work it out.
Can't work it out, then you come back to the next person. So then we would ask, what is your recommendation, since you met with all of them and you read through all of what is?
Well, I had them, they're both online. I thought they can give you a quick recap of their qualifications.
But
so
what's
that-
your recommendation?
We asked you
That's
to
what we asked
recommend.
you to do. Sorry. I mean, that was
Choose,
the.
And we can move forward, yes.
I don't need to hear like a debate between the two
Yeah.
of them. I mean, I want to know.
And since we can negotiate all that later, I think we don't really need to hear, we just need to see what you think is best. And we can always come back and change it if this doesn't work out in the negotiation.
Well, CRI is local. They did send out a proposal, well, they both sent out a proposal, but I think CRI is more online with government forensic accounting. That can probably, would be my choice.
Okay.
Judge, I make a motion to conditionally select CRI advisors depending upon, based on the recommendation of the person we asked for recommendation from, and conditionally upon, as Commissioner Gonzalez stated, being able to work out a fee arrangement with them that we're able to
Second.
forward. Thanks.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Do we need to do number 3 then, or do we wait and come back with that one? I think we wait.
Right, because number
we don't
3
know.
was just another option
It was another
available,
option. so
right, with
yes,
McGriff.
Table.
Table 3 until
Make a motion to table number 3.
until February?
Yeah.
Right, until the first meeting in February? Okay, second? Or Commissioner Gonzalez seconded, I'm sorry.
All those
Sorry.
in favor say aye. I made the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 4, discuss and consider, and thank you for the people being on. I'm sorry, I think we're just not at that point yet, but
And Teresa, thank you for your work on
Yes,
this.
yes,
I
yes.
appreciate it.
discuss and consider the budget officer job description and post job for applications. We would like to go out for posting. We sent everyone copies of it. I think Teresa had a small list that she felt like could be included in there. I think the job posting. There was a question from one of the commissioners about essential employee, and I do agree taking it out there just could possibly be part of the emergency operations team, but is not an essential employee. Did you pass out your changes this morning?
Judge, I didn't have.
Peyton did.
Yeah, I didn't have any objections to any of what
The
I
suggestions,
saw that
yes.
Teresa put in there. I would agree with taking out the considered an essential employee, and then the rest of it.
And then we need to get it posted and see if we get some applications. Yes.
Well, are we discussing this? Or here?
Yes,
Or behind?
I'll make the motion. And
Do we
he
discuss here or
seconded so we
behind?
can
You don't have to
discuss.
go behind doors, right, for discussion?
No, this is open. This is a job
Unless you have a legal,
posting.
you have a legal question.
You have a
No.
legal question?
No.
Oh, okay. Second for discussion
Solid
purposes.
question. Yeah, I really, since open for discussion, motion second. I don't know about the salary of 144.9, or 144,997. I think it's a little high, and even the auditor is not a CPA. I don't know if we're asking for a CPA here. I didn't see where it was one with. But I think what we need to do, Judge, is kind of somebody that can work their way up. I think that my choice, and I even mentioned it to her, was I think Teresa would be a good financial officer, for the county. I feel comfortable with her. She's done a good job. She knows all the systems. She knows, who has the monies, who don't have the monies, and we go to her, and she probably had to train the guy that comes in to begin with. So I just think that if, my recommendation would be that, to move her up if she wanted the
Well,
job.
she can
And,
apply, Commissioner, but let me be clear, the item on the agenda is to post for the job. We already voted for the salary and the position, and that stuff has already been done during the budget.
remember doing the salary.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
That much?
Yeah, you
Yes.
voted for it.
Where was I?
Well, we voted because we wanted it to be a similar
We wanted to
pay
be the
scale
same
as
as
the
the
auditor.
auditor, so that
So
we
that's why
I
had.
we-
remember that
Yeah.
the auditor being,
Right.
but,
But the item today is only about posting
Posting
for
it?
the job
Yeah.
for people to apply. And if,
well, did we, I know, when I also got some other changes here, I don't know that, Teresa, was this, you and I talked, were these some of the changes or some of the recommendations?
No, Commissioner.
No. So, I think when I talked to Teresa, I just thought maybe following responsibilities and recommendations. I kind of discussed that in length with her, and I thought, I think there's some items here that I think that would be partly part of that, but, I mean, ready to go to print, I mean, but, yeah, I just think that the responsibilities and recommendation need to be a little more specific.
we took the application from Steve Waterman's application when he
Yeah, I know.
was here, the same responsibilities. We sent it around to everyone for y'all to make additional changes or inclusions, and,
I did, but, I was gone most of the holidays, so.
but it is a.
But anyway, all right. I
Judge-
mean, this for posting, that's fine, so, I mean, I don't have a problem with posting it, because then we can talk about it.
Yeah, because it's going to be posted for a month. We're not bringing this back up for interviews or anything until February, 'cause, yes.
Judge, I would just make the motion to include Teresa's recommendations in the job posting to take out the words essential employee.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I already made the motion so that we could discuss, so we already have a motion on
I'm
the
sorry.
floor.
I would just
so-
like to make a motion to amend, is what I should have
Yes,
said. My
okay,
apologies.
yes.
I used the wrong word. To amend the job description to include Teresa's recommendations and to take out the words an essential employee. And I apologize because I seconded that motion. You're correct. I used the wrong word. My bad.
And I will second your motion,
Okay.
so.
Some clarification on that. Then we took away, or the motion is to take away the essential function, right? That's mainly during emergencies. And so who's that responsibility right now? Say we had another winter storm right now, who would be the one collecting all the figures to help us recoup some of that in federal recovery? Auditor?
But essential
So
means.
then we don't need someone, I'm just thinking logistically, someone to be physically there. So emergency happens and our auditor is sitting there.
And if she can't, Dee has a plan, and everybody has a backup, and if
Okay.
our budget officer chooses to go, she would, or he or she would be welcome to go and do that as well. It's just taking out the mandatory requirement because Commissioner Pusley felt like
Chesney.
that, oh, sorry, Chesney.
Okay.
Felt like that was making it a retaliatory action if they weren't able to attend. So most likely, this person will serve as our person directly in the emergency operations if, and
Gotcha.
not just if, let's say when we have an emergency.
Good
Yes,
clarification. I'm
yes,
glad that
yes,
that's
yes.
being
And
mentioned.
they're on the team, and they're on the
They're on the
emergency team.
They're on the
They're
team,
just-
okay.
yes.
Good, that's
They're just changing
a little
the wording.
confusing.
Yes.
Because if you're paying that much, then
Absolutely.
you expect them to be there
Right.
when emergencies happen, God forbid. Also, I just wanted, I don't know, did this recommendation that we have for these items, these 7 items, did those get included online, or do we need to read those out verbally? Because if anybody's watching right now.
That's a good.
We
That's
should
a
read them
Probably
out.
should
We
read
should
them out
read
so
them
people
out.
understand.
That's what I was talking about, those 7 recommendations
Yeah.
that I
Yes,
go.
yes.
So I think
Well,
we
he
should read
just,
them.
his motion was to include them, but he
Yeah,
should read
to
them
include,
out.
I'm
so,
saying just to
yes.
read them out, because if
Yes, sir.
someone doesn't have that copy, they don't know what we're
That's right.
saying, what we're looking at.
You're 100% right. I'll be happy to read those since I'm making the motion to amend, and I appreciate that clarification. Commissioner Monas, you're 100% right. And those are interface with all elected and appointed department heads on a regular basis as financial questions and issues come up, work directly with the county judge in carrying out financial day-to-day operations of the county, participate in various meetings on behalf of the county judge or commissioners with departments and other entities upon request of the court, monitor status of various projects, participate in contract negotiations such as property lease agreements,
Fairgrounds Management Contract, complete initial fiscal year budget recommendations for county departments, working closely with the county judge and commissioners to develop budgets, and member of evaluation committee for all RFQs and RFPs on behalf of the court.
And I got one more thing, and I don't know, because I saw something about a P card, and I don't know, do we need the P card for him to monitor P card? I don't know how he's going to do the monitoring P cards after they're already done.
Well, that's what we're wanting to.
Need someone to keep track of it
Well,
because
no,
that's
but
what goes over the budget so much.
You wanted
Yes.
P cords on here because.
You asked for it.
Yeah, you asked for
before.
it.
No, but when I met with Michael, then there's no way it's going to be coming here first before it goes to Michael.
Oh, no.
They're
We're
going to
not-
monitor
yeah.
it, make sure it's right. This is the checks and balance. That was the thing you wanted in here, was the P card.
Well, P card.
Because we all
Sure.
complain about the P cards.
Our departments don't go over their budget because a lot of people
Budget,
watch
yes.
their budgets, but they don't watch their P
But-
card purchases included in that budget.
Okay, but he's not going to watch all the P cards as far as, that's a lot of time when you,
Yes, no,
No.
it's to help monitor departments to keep from going over their budget. And it is a budget officer, and his main focus or her main focus is going to be to monitor all
Well, and the
departments.
purchasing board, of which I think you're still a member of, y'all can do some, you and the judge are on that, I believe, y'all can do some, what do you call it, rehabilitate, you can make changes from the purchasing board on how that P card is done if you so choose, if you're successful with the purchasing board. So I think we all have problems, Mr. Presley hadn't been here, but we all have problems with how the P card stuff has gone. And so we're just trying to figure out a way to clean that up. So, and then again, that was the one you wanted in.
okay, I just want to make sure.
Teresa?
There's also y'all need to determine the exact title for this position, because I understand we cannot use budget officer.
I thought we had budget
So-
liaison on there.
That was one of my suggestions,
Oh,
was to call
okay.
it budget officer and liaison, but why can't we use officer?
That's
County
their,
auditor.
yeah.
We can call people whatever we want. We're not designating them as the budget or whatever that person is, but I don't know why we can't call them whatever we want.
Well, I did put an option on there, Commissioners Court Budget Administrator, but
We
So-
don't- that
that's
is
another
a
one.
budget
It's officer-
officer liaison.
It's officer right now, but
Officer liaison, just put
budget,
both of those.
budget officer liaison,
Yeah.
Okay.
budget officer liaison.
Yeah, you can say your budget officer.
Commissioners Court, before that, though? He's going to say Commissioners Court, so people know
Commissioners
who they're
Court Budget
reporting to.
Officer Liaison.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
So we have a motion and a second on the amendment to add the
I would
items.
I would
Yes.
include that as part of the
Yeah,
amendment
yeah.
too.
The title.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
the title as part of your motion. And the Nueces County Budget Officer Liaison. Commissioners Court, sorry.
County Commissioners
I
Court.
said Nueces.
You can, I think, yeah.
Nueces County
That's kind of long.
Or you can just say Commissioners Court. You don't say
Yeah.
Nueces
Commissioners
County.
Court,
Nueces Court,
Budget
Commissioners
Liaison.
Court, Budget Officer Liaison.
Yes, sir.
That's a mouthful.
We know it's for us.
Just say budget officer, you know it's just for us.
We're going to know they're over there and who we're talking to, yes,
Right.
okay. Yes.
I agree that when I was here before, the P card charges were always a source of consternation. I know Judge Neal used to get very upset, but I think at some point, and maybe purchasing would be the appropriate department to handle this, the county should develop a list of approved vendors for those departments who are using P cards. If they want to go get their automobile serviced, or if they want to go buy whatever, that we have basically an approved list of vendors that have submitted prices to this public entity through purchasing or however, so that we know that we're not getting gouged when we
But
do
that
some of
would
these.
have to come through the purchasing board? or
Well,
anything? Yeah,
however,
uh-huh.
but I just think at some point, I know the city is judicious about this. They have approved vendor lists. And if somebody in one of the departments wants to get a vehicle worked on or a computer worked on or whatever the case may be, they have approved vendor lists, and those have gone through basically scrutinizing to make sure that we're getting the best price for what we're paying for. Just a
Duly noted.
suggestion. and-
Duly noted, and I think Michael Robinson has taken notes in the back, so we're good. So we have a motion to amend the budget officer, the Nueces, or Commissioners Court Budget Officer Liaison position, and to go, so with the amendments, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the amendments?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now, I will make the motion to approve, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the motion as, I thought we
To
just
approve
voted-
the whole job
To
description.
approve the job now, okay, yes, okay. Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes, and the job can be posted if HR is watching with those changes.
Judge, we would need to then come up with a time frame on how we're going to do this. Like, we're going to post it, it's going to be open for a certain period of time, we're going to bring it back for interviews, but how do we, normally we pare down. We each put in our top, I don't know what we've done in the past 2 or 3, and as long as someone has a couple of votes, I think, or
We'll do an
we just need to,
interview that
whatever we
day.
want to do. I mean, I'm not trying to,
We did that the last time. We got all the applicants, and then we turned in our report to them, what we thought, and then we had the top 2 or something
Let's see how
that we
many
did.
applicants we get first.
Yeah, yeah.
well, but,
We can cross that bridge later.
no, I get, well, except for the fact that Judge is going to be gone, we need to kind of get this,
It was going to be posted through the month of January, or to the end of January, at least this month, and then we will bring it back up when we close. All the applicants will be passed out to each of our offices, and then for probably the first meeting, we would probably like to address this
and do,
if
I
we
would,
can.
I would
and
think we could do interviews,
and-
but how are we going to do that if
February.
you're not here to do your
I'll be here. I'll be back. I can do it on the weekend when I get back too.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
work. I'm coming back full-fledged.
No, I know you are. I'm just trying to make sure you have, you
Yeah, I
have as much
appreciate
say as
that,
everybody
but
else does. That's all I'm
I
trying to make
assure
sure.
you, I will be working, and they can send me stuff if we get it as well. I can
So-
read emails.
We want to post it for how long would be the question. We need to put that for direction for the staff, and then we would hope to do interviews so that everybody who's looking to apply for this job knows that we would do interviews the first meeting in February for that position after being pared down in some capacity by this court. So are we going to hold this open for,
Can't be the first week of February. Usually it's open for what, 4 weeks, 6 weeks?
no, not for a job posting.
Not for a job posting, 2
2
weeks.
or 3 weeks is
We
normal.
can post it until the 24th. That will give you all the,
Okay.
and
So this
4 weeks, I guess.
be open until the 24th of January?
if we have to reopen, if we don't get applications, we have to
Right,
reopen.
sure.
Yeah.
And
But
then we
we'll
would, okay.
Post
so
it for the 2 weeks. If it gets out on the 10th, then you'll have the week of the 13th and the week of the 20th. Close it on the 24th, and then once they send them out to us for review, and then possibly have it
Do we
on
need
our
to make that a
agenda.
part of the motion?
That's what, yeah, I'm trying to get that down, because I want
Counselor.
to make sure we blast this out so that we get
Do we need to
plenty
make that a
of
part of the motion?
potential for applications.
Just going to post on January the 10th and close on the 24th.
If
Would
we
it
can get
post-
it out that soon, yes.
They're giving instructions that I don't think it needs to be part of the motion.
It's
Okay.
just
All right.
instructions.
I'm
Well,
good with
would we
that.
post it, I mean, why wouldn't we post it today? I mean, why would we wait till the 10th?
If it's ready, if she can get it ready as soon as
Or
possible.
tomorrow,
We
but I mean,
assumed, yeah,
Let's get
there's
it,
some
I mean, let's-
changes.
yeah, I
and
want to
stuff,
give as
so,
much time
yes.
as we can to get good quality applicants.
Just the closing date on the 24th, ASAP, and send it to all
I'd
of
say
us.
maybe the second Monday in February gives everybody time to digest
We
it,
may
look
have
at it.
to
and,
postpone it if we don't.
If we can't get it
do
done,
that at-
yeah,
at
we'll
the
see what
first
kind of
meeting.
applications we have. But then we would still, unless we don't get applications, then we would still try to do interviews on the 8th, or, I'm
It's
sorry,
the 5th.
the 5th, my bad, the first week in February, first meeting in February.
Okay, so that one doesn't need a motion or anything, where we can move on to item number 6. Discuss and consider approval of an interlocal agreement between Nueces County and Nueces County Hospital District relating to the provision of certain county employee benefits, but not limited to the health insurance. The hospital district employees. I met with Jenny, and they sent over, they've been back and forth with the attorneys. The language, we did talk to Johnny Hip, and he was okay with adding the one sentence in there. I think Jenny talked to him yesterday, and I made the phone call as well. for us if we would approve this contingent on adding the language, all claims from their employees and family up to the stop loss amount would be paid by the hospital district budget. We don't feel like that they've ever gone over, but they're paying, their contract says they're paying the 10% over. They get it moved towards next year if they don't go over that. But if they do go over, it needs to work the other way. If we have to pay, then y'all should cover your employees completely. And this takes care of that situation.
So, Judge, do you feel like this agreement
Absolutely.
covers the intent of the court, which was, and I've read it, and it seems to be, but I'm just asking because you've been intimately involved with it, and I appreciate your work on this, that the hospital district now is basically, they're paying for their coverage, and the county is not. That's, I mean, okay.
And Jenny worked with them on the language. We both agree.
Okay, that's
So, yes.
good enough for me.
So I'll make the motion to
So
pass.
moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Now, item number 8. I am so sorry, Norma, but thank you for being here. Received the, and they've tried for months is the reason we put them on this, or I would have put it off a little bit, and they've been told they were going to be brief. The A&M AgriLife Extension Service update. So thank you for being here.
So thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for allowing us to be here today. So I'd like to introduce my coworkers. So we had Lynn Bradshaw, but she had a program to go off to, so she stepped out a little while ago. But she is the health agent that works primarily with our Healthy South Texas initiative. I have Rachel Golden here, who is the Family and Community Health Extension Agent with Prairie View A&M Extension, and Yvette Jacinto, who is the Extension Agent with the Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program. Yvette also has 4 nutrition educators that work with both youth and adults, and we have 1 vacancy with the Better Living for Texans program. So there's quite a few of us that work under Family and Community Health, and we're fortunate to have quite a few of these other programs that work together in the county. And so whether we're county, legislatively, or federally funded, our main goal is that we serve and provide the citizens of Nueces County with relevant health and wellness programs that focus on nutrition, chronic disease management, physical activity, mental health, parenting, among a lot more. So thank you for allowing us. We appreciate that we have the space here in the county to manage the day-to-day programs. So we have some booklets that we're going to leave with y'all that contain our annual summaries for our programs. The first page in that booklet has an overview of the entire county. So all county agents, demographics, programmatic numbers, along with a short summary of what those agents that served in Nueces County for 2024 had a little bit going on. So a few highlights that including today is that we had an addition of 2 schools to our Learn, Grow, Eat, Go program. So that is our in-school gardening program. So we saw over 400 third graders learn how to plant, feed, maintain, and harvest over 230 pounds of vegetables this past year. Our chronic disease management program remains impactful for our participants by helping them manage and face the challenges with type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. The Walk Across Texas program continues to be one of our best participated physical activity programs. We had just over 330 participants this past year learn the benefit of making physical activity a habit. And so our Walk Across Texas program had an economic impact of over $2.1 million just this past year, with a cardiovascular disease savings of just under $1 million and a type 2 diabetes savings of approximately $1.2 million, all in 2024. So through our volunteer program, our Healthy South Texas youth ambassadors continue to deliver education to both youth and adults. In 2024, they delivered over 120 hours of community education to more than 1,300 youth, with a large majority of that being through an anti-vaping campaign. So we had one health ambassador that took the lead on that. She saw that that was important. She saw that that was an issue, and I believe she's a junior in high school. Also, additionally, Prairie View A&M Extension developed the Sensory Spectrum program here in Nueces County, which is aimed at supporting children and families with special needs. So these are just a few of our highlights from 2024. We hope that when you have a little bit of time, you can read over our summaries, learn a little bit more about the programs, and if you have any questions or need more information, we're always available.
Thank you, Norma. You're always coming in and communicating with us, and I see you out there as well, and we appreciate everything that you do. So
Thank you. Thank you. We are here anytime you have anything that you need. So
thank you. So sorry you had to wait.
That's okay. Not a problem. I'm going to leave these in your office
Please.
to get to y'all. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 9, Jenny, did we resolve that issue, or do we need to table?
I believe that the clerk is waiting on technical assistance.
So then we need to table and bring it back.
As long as, I don't know
The
if you
issue
want me
with
to call her
this,
and see if she
everyone,
wants to be
is-
present.
Well, if she can't, if the statute says you should be able to donate any or all, and our program only allows us to donate the full amount, I would assume we need to table until we clear up the issue. So I'll make the motion to
It's always
table.
been the issue, it's either or all. I mean, you can keep yours if you want it.
Right, but
Yeah,
she's
but
saying
the
you,
problem is, our system won't allow a person to donate only a portion. Our system only allows them to take all of it. We can't take people's, if they want to donate a portion, we have to, if you're going to offer, we have to be able to
Like you want to
separate
donate
that out.
half and not cage half.
Yes,
and-
yes.
So,
So they need to bring this back when our technology can accept what the individual wants to donate.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm out.
yes.
You want to bring it back at the next meeting, or you wait till you come back? I don't-
It's a simple thing. If they
Okay.
fix it, you can bring it back to the next meeting. I would assume as soon as Ann Lorenzen gets the issue picked up, she would want to put it right back on.
Make
So.
a motion to table till the next meeting in January, Judge.
Well, second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 10, discuss and consider allocating economic development contracts from funds available in the $198,000. We had already budgeted in our budget $125,000 of this. So in your packets, there's a list of what we did last year. We can approve all of those and still have a fund balance of $88,000 if y'all wish to approve everything today.
Wait, how much I thought we didn't, but, so, okay, so
Teresa has it listed in
there's a fund balance, but then there's only so much that comes in per year,
Right.
which,
198.
which,
It comes in at the end of the year, like in September.
and it's only about 60.
It's been averaging. I did attach a spreadsheet that showed kind of a trend over the last 5 years, how much we have received. Commissioner, this past year, I think we only received 56,000. It was
Right,
very.
so we're
it
going
was
to
very
gut this
small.
fund if we do this and we give all this. Now,
Well, you won't if you, because
Well, I mean, we're
125
gonna
is
gut it.
already budgeted, right? So it's budgeted in general funds, so that reduces the amount that you're going to take from the capital credits,
Oh, you
and
just-
that
you just-
leaves the fund balance.
you just gave us this backup to show what we did last year, even though I think that was actually not our intent on some of this. But, so the money that we've already given to economic development in Robstown can be pulled out of this.
Right,
Because
it's
that's a
back
line
in the
item.
budget.
And
That's
then what's the other, what, you said 125?
It's 125, it's CCREDC, the 50K, it is RADC, there's 10K, and then the United Chamber for the South Texas Military Task Force, and TWIA,
Those are budgeted
40
line
and
items.
25. So they're already budgeted in general fund right now for this year.
Okay, so 235 minus 125 would be 110.
110.
Right? And we have, I'm sorry, how much is the total balance?
125 is in general fund.
No. How much is the?
198.
Oh, 198,069.
Okay, and so
89.
189 or 198?
198,069.
Okay, so 198. So if we did what you're or what has been proposed, we'd end up with about $78,000 left, and we only get about $60,000 a year. So at some point, we're not going to be able to do as much. So we need to keep that in mind, because when we give money, people start expecting the same amounts of money. So we need to be just cognizant of that, because if we give the 110 and we just say, we're going to just do what we did last year and move on, which is, and I don't know if, like Antonio Garcia, I thought that was kind of a special one-time deal. I don't know. But if we do that, my point is, next year, we're going to not be able to give as much because we don't get as much in. We're only getting 60,000 and we're trying to give away 110. There's going to be a diminishing return at some point. So that's just however you want to do it. I'm just pointing that out.
So what's the like on the CCRADC, are we getting a bargain to get a seat on there? Because I know there's a typical contribution level.
Yeah, we're not there.
And we're not there, right? I mean, we upped it, but we're not.
Well, we didn't up it this year unless we do it again. We put 50 in the budget, but what they're saying is we would pull this out. Like, I think what happened was, I don't think we intended to give this much out of capital credits last year, but it just happened.
We didn't have any funding for it.
And so now we've got it back in the budget as we intended for it to be.
At the original amount.
Correct.
50K.
Right. So the 50, the 20, the 40, and the 25 now would come out of this master list, and that would leave 110,000 if we just said, okay, we're going to do the rest of it that hasn't been funded. Does that make sense? Right. Now,
I mean,
I know.
For me, most of these, I mean, I would say all of them, you could argue are important and needed. You know, because I do agree that, you know, we're chipping away pretty quickly at the balance that we have. And look, I've done this, we've all done this before in previous years, and I do it pretty much every year, as, you know, if there's a particular group on here that needs more money, then we do it. So if maybe we just say blanket statement, maybe barring the Chamber of Commerce and barring the CCRADC, is everybody get a blanket amount. But if we want to make a difference, make up the difference, then we do.
Right.
So that wouldn't touch like Northwest Business Association, all those groups. But, you know, if we wanted to try to save some money now, maybe there isn't any. Now that I say that, there isn't. But, I mean, that would maybe be one way to do it. It's just blanket statement. Everybody only gets 10,000, and then if we want to add more, we each do that.
Well, like because we've already
It's not already budgeted
already
in
funded.
our budget. Yes.
Or okay.
Right. So we've already funded.
125.
We've already funded in the budget. We funded it last year out of this budget.
Right.
Now, but we've already funded it in the other budget. The REDC, the RADC, the Chamber of Commerce, South Texas Military Task Force, and TWIA. That's the $125,000. So that would come out, right? And then you would say the rest. And I was even thinking, and I hate to reduce, but I was even thinking maybe we go down to 7,500 for the rest that are on here that aren't funded, so that we don't just gut ourselves going forward. Because that was a huge, we gave more last year because we had it. We don't have it now, meaning we're giving away more than we are getting in. That's not financially prudent way to do things, because eventually we're going to gut that fund if that's what we do. So,
is that your motion?
well, I mean, it's discussion. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, and I'm just trying to.
We're talking. Yeah, I mean, like for me, I always give more to the REDC than what we give. So, I mean, that's just because that's a priority to me, and we all have that option. So, because I agree. I mean, that's kind of scary that we're chipping away, and then if we really have something that's important, that we don't have the funding to help cover that in the next year. So that's just my worry. I mean, if we collectively say, no, we're good, this is a good amount, and yes, you still want to throw on top of that, I'm good with that. I don't want to belabor this, because I know that we got to get through this agenda pretty quickly. So just wanted to throw that idea out there.
Well, then my idea would be that the CC Black Chamber, the Downtown Management District, Flower Bluff, Northwest, Padre Island, Port A, Antonio Garcia would all get West Side, Business Association would all get $7,500 coming out of the fund. That way it equalizes everything that's in here. And if someone wants to put another one in that we haven't thought about, but I think we covered everything, then that would equalize, everybody's getting the same. And then that still means RADC and REDC are getting more than everybody else, but these folks, it is what it is.
Well, I don't know, I figured mine out differently, where I did cut back on the CCRDC, that economic development, to 45, and Antonio Garcia Art Center to 10, and the United Chamber, I don't know, to 25, and that kind of really gives us the amount that we need.
We've already funded those, though, Joe. In other words, they're already in the budget. We've already. They're out. Like, see, this is what this is kind of confusing. Like REDC is out. We've already funded them. RADC is out. We've already funded them. The chamber out. We've already funded them, and
Did I miss one? I think those 4, we don't even have to consider because they've already been funded. So
Right, this list shows how
what
we
we did
funded it
last
last
year.
year from the
Last year, but
capital
not for this
credits.
year.
Right, we funded it just like this from capital credits last year,
Right.
but for this year, the 4 that Commissioner just named, they're back in general fund.
They've already been funded. We don't have to fund them out of capital credits anymore.
Right.
We just did it last year because we didn't have any money. And so now it would be, and if someone has a different number, I'm just throwing it out there because I'm trying to chip down, is the CC Black Chamber, the Downtown Management District, Flower Bluff Business Association, Northwest, Padre Island, Port A, West Side Business Association, and Antonio Garcia would all get $7,500. They all get the same.
Which is 52,500.
Which is about what we bring in
Okay.
each year, more or less.
So
and
we're
then-
not overspending.
you
So
do
I'll
eight-
second that motion, and then
For discussion.
Commissioner Pusley
So
has
if
a
you
question.
I'm sorry, what discussion?
And then anybody can add to others out of their funds that they want to, or if there's another group that comes up that we need the capital funds for, we have a little bit of,
You can make it your personal,
Right.
it's your,
right.
and Commissioner Pusley asked for the microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So I'm sorry, I tried to get through the whole agenda and ask questions of every department before the meeting so I wouldn't have to slow things up, but I did not get to talk to anyone about this. I apologize. So I'm a little behind the 8 ball here. So is this a special fund that we set up, that the county set up to, in lieu of our, we used to get, each commissioner got so much money to hand out to nonprofits every year? Is this the same money, or is this money we took out of a budget somewhere?
Commissioner, this money comes from when they had the divorce cases in the district courts and they had a fee for the family protection fee. Those funds were generated into this account, and we paid the children advocacy programs from it. And then another part of this fund is state
Could
comptroller.
you move it a little closer to your mic,
Oh, I'm
Teresa?
sorry,
I'm having a
Commissioner.
hard time hearing you. They're going to get me a
They-
speaker here. My hearing has not improved since I left here. I apologize.
So these funds come from the family protection fee.
Okay.
And also the state comptroller for the capital credits. They were in this account. The family protection fee funds are no longer, they're gone. So the only money in this account are the comptroller funds. And you
Okay.
can use those funds
So
for
when
various
did
programs.
we start using that fund to hand out to these organizations?
Last year was the first
That
year.
was the first year? And so
But it
I'm
is an
assuming state
allowable
law gives
expense.
us permission to
That's
do
cor-
that?
yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
something new on the horizon that we didn't have before? Okay, so another specific question with respect to the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, did we budget to give them, to buy a seat on there? It's $50,000, right? 50. So is this take care of that 50, or was this just additional money we gave them?
Last year, we used this fund to fund
The 50?
plus 10 because that was another debate that, yeah. So because we didn't have a lot of funding last year, so we pulled it out last year. But now we got it back before you got here. We put it back in the budget. We're now the 50's in, the 10's
So
in
do
for
we need to
Robstown.
still give them this 60? Are these monies already been distributed?
No, sir, this was last year.
This was
50K
last
is
year's
budgeted
money,
for
so-
this year.
Okay.
Not giving anybody out of that fund anything right now. The motion is to give all the other entities that have various amounts, 7,500 each would make our total.
No, I
55.
understand that, Your Honor. But my question is, have these funds all been distributed? Everything here are?
Last year,
From
yes.
last year, yes.
Last year?
Yes.
This is for this year?
This is just an example of what we did last year. This has nothing to do with this year. This is
Okay.
last year's funding.
So is your motion for the 7,500, is that what we're going to do this year?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so we need a new list of what we're going to do for all of these entities for this year.
Right, and I'll generate that list
Based on what
along
we do.
with the outside agency contracts that you decide to
Why are we
fund.
approving this?
We're approving the allocation to fund the economic development contracts from the capital credits account.
Just that one?
This was a holdover item also, because we would have normally done this last
Okay.
year, but
Okay.
because it was money spending, it was a holdover item, right, until you
Well,
got here.
rather than me delay this anymore, I have several more questions, but you guys take the lead. I'll follow, but I'll have some more specific questions, Teresa. I'd like a complete explanation of how this was generated, how it works, and how it's being funded, and how we're going to handle it on a go-forward basis. So this fund that we're talking about, it gets replenished each year to a certain amount.
Right.
And so we're trying to reduce it so we don't run out of money before the end of the year, I guess.
And we kind of got lucky last year because it had an excess balance in it because we hadn't been spending it. And so we just were at a point where we wanted to fund these groups because, as Commissioner Matos and Gonzalez have said, very important groups. They all need the funding. They all need the help. We think it's valid. So we kind of got lucky last year with this, being real honest. And then, but so that we don't deplete the fund and give away more than we're getting in, that's the nature of what I'm putting forward at this point.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I did not get a chance to go visit with Teresa on this one. I had bugged her enough about 100 other things, but thank you very much. Thank you, Your Honor.
So with that being said, the fund balance will be $145,567 after we reduce it
with this motion to do the 7,500.
And then we get the second allocation at the end of September.
There may be some other things we want to do with the rest of that money going forward. There may be some other organizations that need to be added or whatever, but for today's purposes, my motion is just that.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Fund only those that he mentioned.
Yes, the 7,500
Not
too.
the Corpus Christi Regional Economic.
Those are already funded in our budget. We don't have to have a motion for them. Yes, that's why we're taking it out. Sorry.
But last year it was 50,000, or was it 60,000?
It was 60,000 last year from capital credit. The original budget is 50,000.
Yeah, see, my point is we should have had a document in here that shows what we're going to.
We don't know we didn't know what we were going to do. That was why
That was for discussion.
right. We didn't know what we were going to do until you got here. We were waiting to see what everybody wanted to do.
So this gets us somewhere, and it lets you, as individuals, any of your personal priorities, then we can always add and make motions to add to other individuals.
So I could bring something back at a later time.
Correct.
Can we just, again,
And she's going to-
you had a good point as far as, can you come back in the next meeting?
Sure.
With a list of everything you're saying, it's going to be 7.5, and it's going to be 60, although I know that's already, those 4 has already been approved, but can we lower those or not?
Oh.
Lower.
Well, the next step would be getting contracts from the county attorney and then placing those agreements on the agenda to move forward.
Yeah, because I agree, I would like to see just how we're going to do it, right? I mean.
Well, my problem is we got these people waiting. They've been waiting. These are all organizations that need their money, and so I mean, all we're doing is we're just
10,000 instead of 7,000. But
well, I mean,
if there is a balance, why don't we just split the balance? You know.
Because then next year, you can. No. If that's what the court wants to do, if the court wants to gut the fund and just say whatever we got next year, we got, but just then you got to tell all these agencies they are definitely getting cut next year. And, that's because
well,
if
next year will be a new.
It'll be 50,
fund, right?
but it'll be 60,000.
Only about 50,000 we get. 60,000, I think, has been the general amount.
Okay.
So it's not enough to fund all of these, period, next year. Yes.
Okay.
So we can take a vote on the motion, I guess, if we want to move forward, and then we can always bring it back up. And I'm sorry, Edward, you're here. I'm probably going to break for executive next, so you'll have to wait a little bit longer. We have a motion and a second to fund all of the others that are not budgeted for in our general budget at a rate of $7,500.
And that would be, just for clarification, Judge, so that we're, the DMD, the CC Black Chamber, Flower Bluff Business Association, Northwest Business Association, Padre Island Business Association, Fort A Chamber of Commerce, the Texas A&M Antonio E. Garcia Arts and Education Center, and the Westside Business Association.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Because of time constraints, I am going to have to leave, so I am going to break for executive session. There are a couple items that I need to be there. This afternoon, I have to be out of here. So if it is all right with everyone, unless there is something that is coming up that you are wanting to take for an attorney-client question or anything, we have 2 items on our executive agenda. So get back. Executive session, public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there's been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. Item A today is consult with the county attorney on Corpus Christi Palmer's tax abatement agreement and take action in open session, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B is consult with the county attorney regarding legal issues relating to statutorily compliant compensation mechanisms for broker providing employee benefits and consulting services, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. It is 11:39, and we are breaking for executive session. Thank you.
thing I want to look at is this.
Yeah, that's the one I rebooted.
Hey, I know.
Okie dokie. Good to see you again.
All right. The,
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back.
the time is 12:46 p.m. and we are coming out of executive session with no action taken. We are starting where we left off before executive session. That is on regular agenda, item number 11, discuss and consider execution of lease agreement with Driscoll Children's Hospital, permitting the use of Hilltop Community Center for Driscoll's Women, Infant, and Children's Food Nutrition Programs.
So moved.
Well, since it's my precinct.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'm sorry.
Second?
Second.
Microphone.
What?
You need to speak in the microphone, Commissioner.
I know it's on the wrong side. And I think Edward's here to answer any questions if you have any, anyone has any.
No, I'd like to make a motion. We approve this. It's a great program, and we're very happy to provide the space for them to
I
offer.
think we had a motion from Commissioner Chesney, second
From Commissioner Pusley, I defer.
Commissioner Pusley, second from Chesney. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign, or no? Thank you. Items 4-0. On to item number 12, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of amendment number 1 to engineering services contract for the Colonia Septic System electrical improvements with Ardura Group Incorporated and related matters.
So moved.
So seconded.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right. Item passes. Item 13, discuss and consider acceptance for the initial offer for purchase of property ID number 594214, owner ID 654166, SL of County Road 14D, north of County Road 14C, and west of County Road 63 in Bishop, Nueces County, Texas, for the amount of $59,970 for the purpose of completing the detention pond Petronila Estates ARPA project and authorizing the county judge, or should we include designee, to sign the initial offer letter along with other conveyance documents for said property and other related matters. That's the item.
That's my project, right?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve. And it's not to buy it right now. We actually is to allow GrantWorks to proceed. GrantWorks to proceed and trying to negotiate. They can't negotiate, but they'll go and proceed, take forward, or start the process of talking to the owner to buying the property. Okay, once they decide if the property is at that value, they'll come back to court for approval.
So you, okay, so what are you wanting to approve today? Sorry.
What it says here, just discuss it.
This says acceptance of the initial offer. Or you
So
mean,
if I might interject, so we've gone through a portion of that process. Amanda is online.
Yeah.
So we've sent out, Commissioner sent out this is the market price. We sent it to the owner. The owner has accepted this price, so we would like to.
put it under contract?
Put it under contract, correct.
Yeah, I just would ask that you don't put it in my title company so I can vote on this, if that's okay.
Copy that.
Yeah, thank you. So motion, and I'll second if it wasn't seconded.
It was no motion yet. Motion from Commissioner Gonzalez?
I think I make a motion.
Motion and second, Commissioner Chesney. Any other discussion?
With that direction.
Commissioner, could I interject? Is Commissioner, since the judge is out, who would be the signator?
It would be the Judge Pro Tem. So do we need to include that as county judge or designee, or is that assumed since I'm serving in that role?
You're serving that role. It doesn't make any
It doesn't have
difference.
to be added. Okay.
So,
And if not, then it would go down to the next commissioner. So just for a point of continuity.
let's
who
don't do
is-
that. Let's just
I
keep
know,
it,
who is though? God forbid I get hit by a bus or something. I mean, we got to continue. Who's next
Was
in line?
that discussed when you were
We have an
doing the
order
pro
for that,
tem
though.
discussion?
We have an order for that. So it would be the next commissioner that would be serving in the third role.
Probably Pusley.
Pusley then, okay.
Well,
But the court would have to, the court would have to do that. It'd be like.
Yeah, no, I'm
that's-
good.
Yeah,
I'm
that'd be-
healthy. Knock on wood. So, okay, so we have a motion and a second. No other discussion.
I have a quick
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry. Yes, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. So are we agreeing to go ahead and pay for the lot, or is that what you're saying?
He's putting it under contract.
Put it under contract. Okay.
And,
All right,
and
I'm good.
approve the amount, yes, Commissioner Pusley.
Okay.
And he's got the funds through his ARPA funds.
Thank you.
Hopefully we can move forward.
All right. That is the clarification for the motion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Item number 14, authorize the interlocal agreement with San Patricio County for the Intoxilizer Program and Technical Supervisor Services in the amount of $63,000 for a one-year period covering January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Chesney. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, item passes 4-0. Item number 15, discuss and consider approval of recommendation for reappointment of Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez and Commissioner John Matas to the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2, which is also referred to as the Island, and discuss and consider approval of recommendation for reappointment of County Judge Connie Scott to the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 4, North Beach, and discuss and consider approval of appointment of Precinct 1 Commissioner Mike Pusley to Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 4 and related matters. So this is
Okay,
housekeeping items for all those tiers that we represent.
I'm confused on if it's the Island one.
What, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was going to decline mine because it's in the Highlands. I don't know.
Well, actually,
we had 4 members. We have been
I
having
was
4
just
members.
always on?
It was everyone in the last court served, with the exception of Commissioner Hernandez. And so that's why at the end of the item, Commissioner Pusley is now designated or proposed to be designated to serve in that role. So it would be.
No, hold on. I'm talking about.
That is
not on here. That's my question.
I'm sorry. I'm on item 2. Yes.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm still on item 2. Like.
Yes,
You can have mine.
No. It's all. You're already there. I'm already on there. The current Island one is Matas, like you said. It's Matas, Gonzalez, Chesney, Scott.
Right.
But if you're reappointing everybody, then I think I should be reappointed. But I don't know why they didn't.
It's a term.
Your term's not
Your
expired.
term's not
Okay, that's what I was just asking.
Those 2 terms
Right.
are, yes.
So mine was
Your
different than
term's not
everybody
up.
else's.
Yours and Judge Scott's are not expired at the moment with hers,
Okay,
too.
that's all I need clarification on. Thank you. I'm sorry.
They're for life.
And
then.
But we don't. Did we have an option for all 5 members to
No.
serve, or only 4?
I think it was, they just increased it to 4. It
Correct.
had
Only
been
to 4.
3, and they just
Okay.
moved it up to 4.
Correct.
So
Now, if Commissioner Gonzalez wants to not go on and Commissioner Pusley wants to go on, that's fine. That's up to y'all. But I'll leave that to y'all.
I would leave that up to Commissioner Gonzalez if he wants to remain in that position or not.
I'm good either way. Whatever y'all want to do.
Well, I mean, you're familiar with that Island TERS, and if you want to do,
I've served on all. I serve on all of them.
if you want to do it, then jump in there. If you don't, then
Yeah, I'm fine with doing that. I would also like to, in the future, for a future agenda item, since it's in my precinct, ask that I be put on the downtown TERS as well.
yeah, you just got to put that on. I don't know when that expires or
We'll
when it
make
comes
sure
up.
that's
I think you gotta know
maybe the
it
next
beach.
meeting. Just
Absolutely.
housekeeping. I mean, typically when a member comes off, then
Right.
their replacement is put in. But maybe we could just. I don't think that would be controversial or difficult. to make
Judge
happen.
Scott said she would be happy to surrender her position if we needed one.
She would be happy.
We all would.
Okay, so first of all, Commissioner Gonzalez, do you want to stay on number 2 or no?
No, I'll pass it on to Commissioner Pusley, since he's more familiar with that area.
Okay.
So the motion then is, we can take these kind of one at a time. So is there a motion then for the appointment of Commissioner Mike Pusley and the reappointment of Commissioner John Matas to the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2?
So moved.
That's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's go on then to consider approval of recommendation for the reappointment of County Judge Connie Scott to the tiers number 4, which is North Beach. So is there a
And-
motion for that?
For reappointment of County Judge Scott, yes.
Yes.
So moved.
Motion, Commissioner Pusley, second Chesney. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. And then finally, discuss and consider approval appointment of Commissioner Precinct 1, Mike Pusley, to the tiers number 4.
And is this a replacement of Commissioner Hernandez was on there?
Yes.
So we
Yes.
probably need to say that so that we're not double appointing.
Right.
Okay.
And this is,
I mean, if that's what this is.
this is,
Yes,
yes.
it would
Okay,
be a
so then
replacement.
the motion would be
Yes.
to appoint Commissioner Pusley in place of,
In place of
Commissioner
Commissioner. Knox. Okay. All right, so that's the
replace.
motion.
Right. Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second? Sorry. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Item passes 4-0. Thank you. Item 16, of course, is part of our standard discussions during court. There is a list in the attachment for the next 6 meetings. Our second meeting of January, a regularly scheduled meeting, is set for January 22nd. And then we have 2 meetings in February, 2 in March, and 1 in April. Those are the next 6 meetings. Anything we need to change? Any discussions on that? If not, we can just move forward. There's no action that needs to be taken. No discussions? Okay. We'll move on to item B under Sheriff. Sorry, those items were tabled earlier. Now, item C under Grants.
Motion to approve.
Adopt and resolution authorizing submission of grant application in the Office of Governor, Public Safety Office, Criminal Justice Division for the Monitoring Offenders Against Women project under the Violence Against Women Justice and Training Program FY 2026. There is a motion by Commissioner Pusley. A second? We have a second?
Who's this grant going to?
And it's got a cash match, right?
Right.
Got 21?
Right.
So 50% match.
It's
The grant is going for the Monitoring Violence Against Women's grant. There is a cash match. That cash match was included in the proposed and adopted budgets for the 24-25 fiscal year in the exact amount of the cash match. So we were
so
right
it's
on.
accounted- It's accounted for. Okay.
So
It's a budgeted cash match from the general fund to the grant.
Second, since it's budgeted, but I thought we were trying to get, and I know this is a great grant, as every grant is, but I thought we were trying to get away from cash grant matches. So I guess I missed this one or something. But
who's
I
it
mean, it's a
go-
great grant. We need to do it. I get it.
who's it
I
going
think
to?
that this is one of those grants where we have to do it either way, and
Because
so
the
we might
judges-
as well get
it's the
the
judges,
grant to help offset some of the costs if we have to pay them either way.
I think this is
I could be wrong.
No, you
but
could
I
be
believe
right,
that that's
actually, and that
what
may
it
be,
is.
no, you could be right, because it's the judges order these things, and I
Yes, the
think.
judges
so,
order them.
I mean, they're going to order them anyway.
Right. So we had a motion and a second. Who was second? I'm sorry. Chesney was second. Any other discussion then? Okay.
Do we know what court ordered this?
All courts, any courts where there is the monitoring, the ankle monitoring,
Okay, so it could be, it's just district
Yes.
courts.
All right, motion second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 3-0. Commissioner, did you want to vote on this item? We just voted, okay. In favor?
Yes.
Okay, item, that was passed 4-0. And of course, I didn't mention it out of executive session, but Judge Scott is absent for the remainder of the meeting. On to item D, Public Works. We have one here for the next 4 items. Item number 1, discuss, consider authorizing approving the award execution of ARPA-funded contract agreement with Barcom Construction for construction of the Nueces County Courthouse and Jail wastewater line replacement project, IFB number 3304-24, in the not-to-exceed amount of $3,129,739 for base bid, additive number 1, additive number 3, sanitary DWV only, additive number 4, and additive number 5.
Commissioners, we're recommending approval. Public Works is recommending recommendation for approval.
And it's all within the funding sources that have been previously allocated?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Gonzalez, second by Chesney. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye. Aye?
So,
I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
we'll hold off on discussion.
And this is another one I didn't get to ask about, but one, it seems to me like this came to the Commissioners Court already and was approved, and the additives were approved as well?
That's correct, Commissioner. We're just bringing it back to only do, which was additive number 1. 3 had some water line in it, so we're removing that from the project, and we're just doing additive number 3 with the wastewater line, and then additives 4 and additives number 5.
Okay,
So there will be no water line improvements as part of this project.
So on the additives 1 through 5, we're not going to approve all of those? You're not recommending approval of all of those?
No, sir. We're recommending approval of the base bid, additive bid item number 1, additive bid item number 3, but only the sewer only.
So 1, 3, 4, and 5 is the only ones you're recommending
and
for
we're
approval?
recommending 3, 4, and 5. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And number 2's out.
And y'all received how many bids on this project?
If I'm not mistaken, we received 3, Commissioner.
3 bids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was selected from those 3 bids?
That's
as
correct.
the
That's
low
correct.
bidder?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, so there's still a motion and a second on the table. Any other discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Item number 2, approve the award and execution of food service contract with B&B Restaurant Group LLC, DBA Shoreline Sandwich Company for courthouse food service, RFP number 329124, and that's under Public Works, but we also have our purchasing agent, Michael Robinson, here if we have any questions.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Pusley, second.
Sure.
Second by Chesney.
Just wait and see.
Any discussion?
Jump in.
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
On this here, how do we know, what's the payout? How do we know we're getting back, or is it a percentage of?
No, we just collect rent only.
600 a month.
600 a month.
Oh, 600 a month, okay.
Yes, sir. It increases when we have renewals. We go to the CPI index for restaurant services, and we increase the rent.
Maybe you should say here, that the only pay they do is 600 a month rent. They get the space, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
That's what's in the contract.
So maybe we need to just kind of be a little more claritative here on what, we got a 3-year agreement, but for, how does it work? I mean, so they just pay the rent, and that's.
They have a lease.
It's not they don't give no money back.
Yeah, on the,
It's in the
contract, but on the previous court, when we brought it for conditional selection, that's when we discussed the rent amount, and the court approved that selection then. But we'll do that next time. We'll make sure we include that amount here so you can see it.
It's in the contract. If
Yeah,
you scroll down to the bottom,
I just noticed it's not in the text on the agenda item
No, it
itself.
is not.
So we
And
can
I
add
had
it there
to go
just to
look
make it
for
easier
it.
for y'all so you don't have to go hunt for it. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
and that's probably good too, for people to just read summaries.
Yeah, good catch.
Good. Good question. Any other discussion? We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 4-0. On to item number 3, discussion and consider the execution of change order number 1 with Ergo Roofing and Construction LLC for courthouse roof improvement project.
Public Works is recommending approval of the change order number 1 for items 1 and 2. The monies that are allocated are from the contingency. There is a contingency in there for $150,000. The total amount is $122,202.77.
Thank you.
For the change order.
Okay. I have a question on this one, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what to call you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner?
Yeah. Juan, can you explain on the removal and replacement of the existing solar panel, what's going to happen there? Are they taking the old one and throwing it away and bringing in a new one, or are we just moving it and reinstalling the old one, or what's happening?
No, sir. The solar panels that are on the atrium side, on this side, they are still in service. What we're doing is we're removing them.
All of them?
Yes, sir. But what I say by removing is we got to remove them so they can put the new roof on top.
Yeah.
But then put them and anchor them back based on the new code requirements for windstorm. Okay. So in other words, that was something that was.
Well, our documentation said removing and replacement of existing solar panel.
Yes,
which
sir.
was one, and I thought, man, that's a little high for one panel.
Yes, sir, it's for all the panels. They're going to remove them and then put them back.
Okay.
Reinstall them.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Motion to approve.
Motion, second?
Second.
Yeah, motion, second. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Item number 4, discuss and consider approval of the plat for Vaquero Ventures addition for a new convenience store along FM 665. I will be abstaining from this item.
I move.
Motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, second.
Second.
Second by Pusley. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstain, 1.
It'll help a lot for the people there, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a new store. And it's gonna be on this side of the freeway, you see, right now they bypass
On the
everything.
east side,
So
yes,
it's gonna
sir.
be the east side
On
of the
the
freeway.
east side,
so
yes, sir.
That's great.
Now on to auditor. Thank you,
Thank
Juan.
you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Now to our auditor, section E, approved project budget amendment number 8008.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I respectfully submit capital project budget change order number 8 for your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on item E1? Give you all a couple seconds to look at that one there. in case there are
So
any.
just a quick overview on this, Lisa, please.
Yes, sir. We are reallocating funds for cross-referenced item number A to the Hilltop Community Center, and cross-reference item number B is getting funds reallocated for the Nueces County Constable's body armor, as previously approved.
And then, remind me what, I'm trying to find the backup on this. It's also got unallocated county judge and, am I looking at the right one, right?
The Hilltop is getting approved with unallocated county judge, unallocated Commissioner Precinct 4, and to the Hilltop Community Center. That's in the 2021 COs. And then the Hilltop is getting funding from the 2016 COs from the architect and engineering.
Right, gotcha, okay. That's all I've got.
All right. Motion. This item.
Just need to vote.
Motion second. And any other discussion? None. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Item number 2.
I am submitting the budget change order for general administration to increase for the tax appraisal district expenses. I have this time attached the original estimate that we received on July 28th as additional supporting backup that shows that we fully budgeted. I also attached the proposed budget that shows that we fully budgeted the amount that we were anticipating being assessed. And that assessment, again, was received July 28th. We didn't receive the revised allocation that was made from the appraisal district until December 6th of 2024. That had increased an extra $80,000, which is the reason for the increase. I cannot tell you why it increased. The allocation was redistributed.
I thought we had asked for someone from the appraisal district to be here and explain this to us. That was what we had, that's why we tabled it, so they were gonna come explain why they increased their budget, and we didn't get notice of it. I mean, they said they gave us notice. I mean, and the only reason I know they said it, because there was a story on Channel 3, and that's what Ronnie said on the air, but I don't know where I thought somebody was gonna come, that's why we tabled it.
On the notice that we received on the 28th, there's a notation at the bottom that says there could be changes. The final amount will be sent out at a later date.
Well, okay, but,
It says generally October.
okay, so, again,
I'm not paying something until someone explains to me why we either got notice and didn't budget it or didn't get notice. And if we didn't get notice and we didn't budget it, then I think it's on them. So unless the appraisal district can prove that they gave us notice that there was going to be another $80,000 after we did our budget, then let them pay it. By law, we're not required to do this, I don't believe, if they don't give us proper notice. They can't come back after we've set our budget and say, hey, oops, here's another 80 grand. I know you've already set your budget, but now if that's not what they've done, and they know exactly why we tabled this, because so there's no reason for the appraisal district not to be here, not to have reached out, because the chief appraiser was interviewed on the same story that I was on it, because I was asked about it, and nobody's here. There's been no explanation. So I think we reject this. I'd make a motion to reject this until they proved to us that they gave us notice prior to our budget being finalized. Because statutorily, we can't make budget adjustments unless it's an emergency, is what I've been told and what we've told everybody in this county. The appraisal district doesn't get to act any differently than anybody else. But again, if they've got proof that they sent us notice that this was coming in this amount, then we tabled it the first time to give them that right. They're not here. They've not reached out to us. I know they're aware of this because, as I said, Chief Appraiser was quoted in a story. So my motion would be to reject this and send it back to them and tell them we're not paying unless they can prove otherwise.
I have one comment, Commissioner. So we received the proposed budget, which is the amount that we budgeted. We received it in June or July, so that's the amount that is budgeted. But their final budget usually comes after October, the following year, like Lisa said, like in November.
Okay,
and it could be up or down, right?
That's not how do we avoid that? We can't do that.
But that's how it's always been done. We get a proposed, and then we get the final in October or November, their final budget. And I think we have not allocated an additional amount or percentage to maybe kind of put a cushion there. We've never done that. And so this particular time, it's like that is the number. But we get it twice. We get the proposed, and then we get their final in November.
And who gets that?
And it's after the fact.
And we have the chief of staff here, so does that go to the judge? Peyton, can you get to the mic and just, because yes, your chief executive, your chief administrator is normally the point of contact who is notified. So did the judge's office receive this or anyone else in our administration?
They mailed it to us in December. That's when we got notification of the final number.
Okay.
And that's when we put it on the first time. And then we tabled it because the issue was, we can't keep doing this after budget. And they said, oh, we gave them notice. That's what he said I can bring up the story if we need to, but we can't function like this. We can't, maybe that's how we've done it, but the law says we as a county have to set our budget and we cannot make budget changes unless it's an emergency. This is not an emergency. The appraisal district needs to be cognizant of the entity's budgets that they serve, and they need to get their numbers to us on time, or we're not going to pay their bills, in my opinion. And there's no law that says they get a pass on not getting us their budget because they're the appraisal district. Well, just because we've done things this way forever, that's not the right way, in my opinion. It's not the legal way, in my opinion. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure Jenny will correct me, and I'm happy to be corrected, but nobody has corrected me yet.
And I think that's one of my concerns is how much or how long can we or should we hold back on this? I think it's a valid concern. It's been operated that way for as long as I know. And I confirm other counties do it the same way. They all kind of follow the same time frame. They send us a calendar just like we send a calendar out to the public on what our budget calendar looks like. But is this something that we can hold back on? Because I understand and hear the concerns, but legally, is this something you recommend, or how do we approach this?
That's a new question. Can you give me 10 minutes?
Yeah, we can move on to some of the other items. But I do hear what Commissioner Chesney is saying, because he did want clarification, and if it wasn't explained clearly, he wants someone here to answer that, whether it be the chief appraiser or. Well, let's see if we can get an answer. If this is something we can't delay again, then I would recommend that we proceed and get clarification, because it's either we have to take our medicine or we don't, and we're in violation of the law. So it's, to me,
we're not in violation of the law.
One option or the other. I'm confirming with our county attorney. I know you have your.
No, I have my law opinion. My opinion is we're not in violation of the law The law is they're supposed to get their budgets to us. How we've been operating is courtesy, is practice, I don't know. But we, by law, have to set our budgets and have to do that. That's the law. I think we're violating the law if we keep approving this stuff.
Well, I'm sure we're not the
I'm not
only
doing
ones
it.
that are going through this. I'm sure the other entities, all in Nueces County, probably have the same issue, that they're given one amount, and then there's an extra amount, or not an extra, but once everything's finalized, then you know the true amount. I mean, we deal with that ourselves. I mean, we come out with a proposed budget, then we turn around and then we have what the actual budget is, because there's going to be discussion and maybe changes by the directors there, and then we finally know what the final number is. So I hear you, I agree, but there may not be much that can be changed on that. So we'll let our county attorney look at that in the next 10 minutes or so. We have a few other items to go through.
I just had a comment. We have paid the first quarter, which the first quarter was the December quarterly report. So we haven't actually moved the funds to cover it. So it's due each quarter. There's 4 quarters of quarterly amounts that's going to match what
That we budgeted until we do this. This is an additional 80,000.
Right, but it's for the entire year. So it's each quarter it increased, right? So the next quarter that's going to be due is due March the 31st, and then June, and then September. And so what I'm saying is they can, it can accrue interest if we don't pay it by these deadlines.
How? How can they accrue interest on something that they didn't give us until after we've set our budget? They can't. There has to be law that says they can accrue interest, right? There has to be. That's what Jenny's going to go look at, right? If Jenny comes back with some law, that's fine, but they can't just accrue interest because we're contesting their bill and because they keep jacking with us. And this is what they do. I'm so sick and tired of the appraisal district. All they do is jack up the rates. They never ask the entities what they think about it. It's run like it's somebody else's money and it's taxpayer money. And I'm tired of just passing things because this is how we've, no offense, I don't mean offense because I'm not saying this to you, Commissioner Miles, I'm saying this to the appraisal district because that's how they've always done things. They serve entities that are taxpayer entities. We pay for what they do through our taxpayer. We have a duty to our taxpayer. They have a duty to worry about our budgets because we pay for them. So if they can't get their act together and change their budget cycles to coincide with the entities who are providing them funding, that's their problem, not our problem. And at some point, we've got to put our foot down and say, guys, you got to get us the right amount during our budget, not afterwards, and we got to go find the money. And that's not right. Or we have to say, we're going to say, we know the appraisal district's budget's BS, and we're just going to add $90,000 to it every year. That doesn't make sense either. So at some point, we got to put our foot down and say, appraisal district, you got to come to the table and justify these expenses, just like we have to justify them. And you got to follow the law, which is you got to get us your budget amount and your budget request before our budget is final. And we even had an extra 2 weeks on our budget this year. They could have easily gotten this to us, but they didn't.
And Commissioner, like when they send out the document that shows all the quarterly reports, it states that the tax code states that the taxing entities that are delinquent in their quarterly payments will be assessed the 5% penalty on the quarterly amount due plus 10% annual interest. A taxing entity is delinquent if payment is not received by the due dates, which is December, March. I'm just.
But that, no, I know, Teresa, but the point is, this is an additional money.
Yes, sir.
This money was never approved by this court because they don't give us the money. We're paying what we owe.
Right.
I don't know why we owe this. Do we have any background on, hey, here's your extra 80. Did they tell us what it's for? Is it for raises? Is it for increased? They just send us a bill with very little backup, with very little explanation, and expect us to pay it. Okay. Let them let's fight over that too. Let them charge me interest on that. I
think also because their final report is dated in August. So that gave us time, like you stated, to increase our budgeted amount, but we did not get this till December. So I totally understand where you are. Yes, sir.
Their final report was due in August. They didn't give it to us till December. That's on them.
Get penalized.
Right.
And
we're paying what we know we owe. Why do we owe this? So
we hear you, Commissioner, and I think with this discussion, we've probably gotten close to our 10 minutes already, but as she's still working on that, reminder, we just voted in the last meeting or two to vote on an Nueces County appointee who got a significant amount of votes from us to be on that board, did we not? Ms. Hippold, right? So we could ask her to come, or as a director, she could direct, her employee to come and speak to us. I know you've already made that statement, but we also have appointees that we've made votes for that serve on that board on our behalf. So either she can come and help answer, or she can help come and sit down and support what Mr. Canales has to say. But I hear you. I hear what your concern is. We'll see if we can get a response. If not, then we'll go ahead and table it. But I would also encourage that we get our representatives who we voted for on that board to come also and sit at that next meeting to explain us why, because this issue's not going to go away.
No,
you're going to have the same question next year.
Great idea,
regardless.
but you got also 3 elected board members.
Right,
now.
and the 3 elected.
I think we ought to
yes,
invite as many of them that want to come
I agree.
and express our concerns, as you guys can't keep getting us your budget numbers after we confirm our budget, because then we have to go figure out where to find the money.
I agree, and we know everyone's working on it right now, so we'll see if we can get you an answer. If not, we'll just have to push it then.
That's a great idea, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. So that one's on hold for right now. We will come now on to item number 3. Discuss and consider acceptance and approval of the 4th fiscal quarter investment report prepared in accordance with Government Code 2256.
Yes, Commissioner, I respectfully submit the investment report to Commissioners Court. Total cash and cash equivalents in investments as of September 30th, 2024, they currently have a value of $169,703,746 as compared to the last report of June 30th. The balances have decreased by $24,400,619, which by that total at June 30th, it was $194,104,365. The quarterly earnings were $2,054,829. That's an increase, or that is a decrease of $219,155 from the previously reported amount of $2,273,984. As you can see, on page 4 is our investment ladder that shows all of our investments. We currently have the majority of our holdings in short term, which is under 1 year. The ladder is distributed with the majority of the funding being held in cash equivalents, which is our Texas class pool. Over $111,770,198 is currently being held in Texas class, with the remaining $2,440,383 being invested and split between brokered CDs, U.S. agencies, and municipal bonds. As you can see, the Texas class rate is rate of return, which is is currently at 5.063%, which is why we are currently holding the majority of our cash in the Texas pool. If you turn to page 8, you can see the total cash and cash equivalents balances by bank account. On page 8, on page 9, we have the interest earnings for the cash and cash equivalents. So the interest earning on those bank accounts and Texas class for both the current quarter and year to date. And then Schedule C is your comprehensive earnings on investments. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions? If not, do we have a motion for acceptance and approval of the 4th quarter fiscal quarterly investment report? Motion by Pusley, second.
Second, Brad, I got a question. Second for discussion.
Yes, sir.
I think that you explained to me pretty good the questions that I had, but when I'm looking at the Texas class investment pool, we said that the operating fund interest earnings. And then we go to the bottom, it's the capital projects interest earnings. So all those departments that have funds, the interest, it goes to one pool, or is it goes to each department and then the interest is pulled out of there?
So for the Texas class interest pool, each separate fund has a separate Texas class account, and the interest earned remains with that fund that earned the interest. So the investment fund's interest that they have in the pool remains with the investment fund, and then it's redistributed out to the holdings within that fund. The debt service, self-insurance fund, all of those funds that have holdings in Texas class, they get to keep the interest earned on their accounts.
Okay.
So that's the reason why whenever we submit our comprehensive annual financial report and our monthly financial reports, you'll see interest revenue earned in every fund. Because those funds earned interest from Texas class, they, based on the money that they had in Texas class for that month, they earn interest from Frost Bank based on the amount of cash that they had with Frost Bank for that month. And then they earn interest on the investment fund holdings based on how much money they had in the investment fund for that quarter, for that period.
Okay, and there's the operating funds. So the other one, the capital projects.
They also earn interest, yes, sir.
It shows right here, some do and some don't, I guess, but the other monies that go from the Texas Note series, the CO series, and the PPF that goes back into those notes and back into those COs?
Yes, sir. In fact, we're getting ready to submit the capital project change order for Commissioners Court review and approval so that we will increase the budget available to spend in the unallocated funds by the amount of interest earned that year.
So our CDs that are still open, they should be gaining money.
I'm sorry, the CDs.
CDs, I'm sorry, CO funds, right?
Yes, we update the interest annually. That's been a long-standing practice, that at the end of the fiscal year, we update based on the interest earned for the capital projects.
But if we got a CO for a certain amount, that amount should almost grow if we haven't used it for a year or two, right?
Whatever interest revenue has been earned for the fiscal year, at the end of the fiscal year, I did it last year, we did it the year before, and the year before that. At the end of the year, we submit a budget, it used to be a capital project budget change order, now it's a capital project budget amendment, to increase the budget available to spend in those COs in 19010, the general fund capital project, for the revenues that were earned for the interest in those COs. It's done annually every year.
Well, maybe I just haven't noticed.
It's
some of my COs that didn't grow, they're the same amount. Because whenever I got them 3 years ago, well, that's for, I'm just using an example. One that I had 3 years ago, now it shows almost the same amount.
Hold on, I understand what you're saying now. Okay, so it doesn't get allocated out to every project that has money. The interest earned goes to the unallocated, bucket of money, and then Commissioners Court allocates that out throughout the year. For instance, for the bulletproof vests, whenever the interest will be recorded in 1901 for the earned interest revenue. It's going to go into that unallocated bucket, and then we pull from the unallocated bucket and reallocate that money out to other projects. It doesn't go to your specific projects that you have. It all goes to the unallocated.
So it really goes to general fund?
It goes to the unallocated bucket of each capital project. And again, that's all shown on that capital project budget amendment. We increase it there, and then, for instance, that's how we were able to fund the bulletproof vests for the constables, for the law enforcement that we just approved, was using that interest earned on the funds held in 1901.
So year to date, we have 2,061,101 on the Texas class investment pool.
That is correct for all capital projects.
So that 2 million, it tells you on the top where is it going? Who earned those 2 million, right?
Exactly. So you can see that the general capital projects earned 117,131. That's your 19010 capital projects. That went into the that's going whenever Commissioners Court approves that capital project change order, it's going to the unallocated pool. Today, on the capital project budget change order, we pulled from that unallocated to cover the bulletproof vests. So Commissioners Court gets to choose how you use that interest earnings. But we put it in an unallocated because it hasn't been allocated to anyone yet. Commissioners Court could choose to allocate that to each member of court, but that would again require court action. We put it in unallocated for Commissioners Court to come back and later determine how to spend those funds.
And what's the total right now in the unallocated portion?
That would be on your capital project change order for the backup. It tells you the budgets available for each on the capital project change order report. It has all of the project budgets.
So what's the total unallocated interest that's sitting in that fund? Because obviously we need to, at some point, figure out.
Again, I'm submitting the capital project change order, hopefully next court, to reallocate that interest. The unallocated for all capital projects is currently at $9,932,041.91.
But a lot of that's going to be, depending on the court action, allocated to certain capital projects, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
And that's budget amount too. It's not expenses or anything.
There's no expenses in unallocated.
Well, when we reallocate it to a project.
Right,
So that's showing just the budget number, right? Because
right,
like
but there's no expenses in the unallocated pool, so there wouldn't be any expenses to apply it to.
No, I'm meaning when we reduce it to create new projects, that's not shown on here because it's just the budget.
I don't see a 9 million. I don't see a 9 million.
It's shown on page 5. We reduced for the bulletproof vests.
Well, that was
and
only
so the new amount left is $9,932,041.91.
Where do we see it? You sit in here?
I don't see that.
It's on page 5 of the project budget amendment.
On the quarterly investment report?
No, on the project, you wanted to know how much was in the unallocated pools for the capital projects. You have to go back to the capital project budget amendment, and there's a listing. We don't post any expenses to the unallocated. It has to be allocated out. So the amount that's in total for all capital projects unallocated is $9,932,041.91, and it shows you which capital project it is. On page 5 of the project budget amendment with funding sources, PBA number 8.
So give an example, so when you're going to submit that next week, and I'm not holding it to you, because when you allocate it, will there be leftover interest on there?
Yes.
And that will be what the court will have to determine, right?
Where it's going to go to. That's correct.
And once you allocate it, do you have an idea, not to be held in blood, of how much will be left over for this court to have to determine?
The interest earned for the year. The
whole
only
9
portion
million?
that we've used is the 49,000.
So the whole 9 million? So,
Because it's a combination of all series, right? And so this is $9 million, and it's January, but
So if we said
she's
we-
going to add another $2 million. I'm sorry.
no, you go ahead.
She's
I
going to add
interrupt.
another $2 million when she actually moves that interest into the capital projects. She
Into-
hasn't moved it yet, so this 9 will be plus 2,
So when you say,
unallocated.
when you say into capital projects,
Mm-hmm.
can we allocate it for things other than capital projects?
Nope. No.
Because
The general
is it
fund.
COs?
The COs you can't.
They
The
are.
general fund you could, because that's funded by general fund.
So, but you could, and I think when you think about this, it's a good discussion point, I think, you could do a funding source flip, like if you had some interest in a big capital project. For example, if I wanted to, we're low on our fund balance right now. Our reserves have been depleted a little bit because of, unfortunately, the lady who said earlier the money was misplaced, was incorrect, but, can't respond to her. But the $2 million that we had to move over,
That was estimated whenever we did estimate it.
and it wasn't
for the budget.
misplaced, that's just, I get it.
Exactly.
Some of it was unanticipated maybe, or, hold on, I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole. My point is, could you take some of that interest, allocate it towards capital projects that have other things, Harvey settlement money, and use that Harvey settlement money for putting in the reserves, if that's what the court wanted to do? Because we're down on our reserves, right? We're not at our 25% goal. So could that be something that we could do, is say, we're going to put, again, $2 million towards, of interest towards a capital project like Bob Hall Pier, and then take $2 million of
The
not.
Hurricane Harvey settlement funds, that was a great example, yes, sir.
Hurricane Harvey funds, and put that in the fund balance, if we wanted to.
If Commissioners Court took said action,
So
yes,
that's
you
one of the
could do
things,
that.
as you're doing that between now and the 22nd, think outside the box a little bit and just be creative, because I think everybody on the court wants to see our reserves built back up, because we're probably going to need them again next, budget cycle if things don't get better, right? So when we can build up capital reserves, we need to build up capital reserves. So I would like to at least see that as some options when you're reallocating those capital improvement interests. Others have different opinions, but that would be something that we've done effectively, and we've got some, not a lot, but we've got 2 or 3 big projects. Hilltop's another one that we could do some money funding sources switching, because I think they've got some Harvey settlement funds still too. So just, all I'm saying is just be thoughtful about that, because I'd like to find a way to build up our reserves if we can legally.
She doesn't reallocate, you reallocate.
No, but,
The court does. Like, she
Yes.
but she's
I
going
don't,
to.
and I don't, I don't,
move anything, she can't.
No,
Without
she's going to
y'all's direction.
but what she said to us is next meeting, she's going to submit an order with reallocation of capital improvement interest.
and all I'm doing is I'm showing you, we earned this interest, and now look, it's available for you to spend. Once
Okay.
it's available for you to spend,
Then I'll look at Teresa and say,
that's
right?
who you
And I'll
work
do it
with.
too, because, I mean, we're all,
Yes.
there's not that many projects that we can do, but at the end of the day, if we have to figure out how to reallocate $9 million, whatever the number is, 8, 6, 9, in interest, then we as a court will have to do that. Now, I don't think we probably are going to do it with the judge not here, so it might be the first meeting in February, to be fair.
Probably 11 by then.
And that's okay, but we can move some of that money in ways that will help the county, in my opinion, build up reserves and still do other capital projects, but we've got to work on our reserves, and I think we need to go past our 25% right now, because I think next budget cycle, with all the things that we're going to be coming down the pike, like health insurance premiums and, depending on what we do with the tax rate and blah, 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 we could have to dip in again. So if there's a way to get 25%, maybe to 27% with some of this, legitimately flipping funding sources around, we'll probably dig right into it again next budget, but at least we won't go below the 25%. Let's get to 27 or 28 maybe. And then if we have to dig into our reserves for whatever reason in the next budget cycle, then we can be at 25%, if that makes sense. And if I'm not on the right track on that, please tell me.
No, I think that's good, Commissioner, but I think we need to wait until the books are actually closed to see what that number's going to be.
Absolutely.
So that we can kind of build from there.
Which would be, so we would bring this back maybe since the judge is going to be here on the first meeting in February. Would the books be closed by then?
The books are closed finally, and the annual financial report is issued on March 31st.
Oh, not until March 31st, so we
Not
wouldn't
till March
allocate that
31st.
interest, you don't suggest until after March 31st?
We should know at least what the numbers are, whatever that number is, so we'll know what we have to build on. I'm just thinking, because they're not. For this fiscal year? For last fiscal year, 24. And
You got to use your mic, Kara.
Yeah.
Kara,
Yes.
you got to use your mic.
That's not a
No.
guessing game. The
I-
interest is the interest, so it's there. You
Right.
already know what it is. You'll have the
Yes.
number. You don't need to wait to tell them.
That's why I'm doing it
I mean,
the next court.
So, I mean, just so you'll know it's there. And we
Just
can,
saying, what
yeah.
can you do with it once we get it?
Right. But y'all
Well,
were,
that'll be us to decide.
she said she was
could-
waiting to give you the
The 2
number.
million of
No,
reserve.
no, the numbers are here in the
Yeah.
report.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah.
I would think if we, first meeting in February, when the judge is back, so that we all, because it's a big number, and I mean, I wouldn't, we can come back together and know what that number is. As Kara said, the interest is there, we all see it now, and make a decision based on that then, what we want to do with it. But I would like the court to consider some of those kind of things. And I know Bob Hall and I know Hilltop have available funds that we could do some flipping out and put some of that money in the reserves and build back our reserves that we need to do. So anyway, okay. That's just.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, there's a discussion, plenty of discussion.
Good points.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 4-0. All right, thank you. That was item number 3. On to item number 4, approve asset forfeiture report for FY 2024, Nueces County Constable Precinct 1, Constable Precinct 2, Precinct 3, Precinct 4, Precinct 5, Sheriff's Office, and the District Attorney's Office.
Yes, Commissioner, these are the annual reports of the Chapter 59 state forfeiture reports made by the district attorney, the sheriff's office, and all of the constables. It states all of the funds that they have seized throughout the year and awards that they've received, as well as the expenses that they've been incurred. These reports are submitted to the Attorney General of Texas as required by statute. We respectfully submit them for your approval.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the asset forfeiture report. Motion. We have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Second. Any discussion? Motion second.
However you would like to.
That's how I heard it. Motion second. Pusley, Chesney. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Item passes 4-0. Do we have an answer yet, Ms. Dorsey, or are we still working on it?
We are. I would recommend tabling. This is going to be a little more complex because we also have to dig up some fact issues from the previous year.
Okay, so you've heard the county attorney. Do we have a motion to table? Item number 2 under the auditor section.
I'd like to make a motion to table with direction to staff to reach out to the Nueces County Appraisal District and make sure that someone from staff and the board, as Commissioner Mata has suggested on the board, especially be here to discuss this with us at the January 22nd meeting. Please.
So motion, do we have a second? Second, Gonzalez.
Can you do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I say staff, I think Teresa said she'd do it, Commissioner Matas.
Any other discussion?
So,
Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So we have a table to come back and to direct staff to have the appropriate members here to respond to these concerns of the court. We are moving along, looks like to our last item. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, to January 22nd, it was the motion. So the next regular scheduled court meeting. Now we're moving to item number F, Human Resources. We have the item discuss and consider the selection of the county attorney, I'm sorry, not the county attorney, county librarian. waiting to see if everyone was paying attention. And, sorry, that's not that's elected, it's not appointed. We have Melinda here as our acting HR director. It's all yours to present the item.
We had one applicant that is ready for y'all's consideration.
Okay. And if you can announce the applicant.
Yes, it's the current acting county librarian. It's Crystal Drillin.
I would move.
Was this part of,
Sorry.
was this part of the agenda or something? Because
Human resources.
I know human resources, but I didn't see anything in the backup on this for us. We got this thing today, yesterday afternoon, right at 4 o'clock.
Right.
I think I got it for mine stamped 4 o'clock. But how do we? So.
I got it yesterday.
Did we decide how much we're gonna pay her or anything? Or?
It's whatever it's on here.
It's the current pay grade for that position, which is
This one item wasn't on the backup on it. That's why.
it's a pay grade 32.
Well, again, we can, I think it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I'm just saying, we complained about not backups, and we didn't have a backup till yesterday afternoon, so, that was our last argument last time when we were here, about backups and having to, and day before and the day of, and so, and I don't know if we should, is something we don't have to discuss none of this behind doors or something, or not? As far as,
We've taken action as a court to appoint Ms. Drillin as the acting director. This just makes it official and formal. I do agree, because that's been kind of our standard, that we do ask for background information, not only for the court, because we know we're going to get it eventually, but especially for the public. That's why, with the recommendations that were given earlier on the Commissioner's Court budget officer liaison was added in verbally, but I agree.
Let me table it for next meeting.
Motion to table based on that there was not background information provided in the packet. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Well, Peyton wanted
There's
to say
second.
something.
No second, so the motion dies for lack of second.
What was the motion?
Just to table.
To table the items
There was no
to the next
backup.
meeting.
It's part of
It's
the
been part of the practice of this
agenda
court.
item, and one of our policies to have a backup. We didn't know, we got the yesterday at 4 o'clock or something.
But to have the backup on the public agenda, to have the packet part of the public agenda, that's the question that's been brought up. And the court that has taken that action before. So.
Yeah, I was going to second the motion, but Peyton wanted to say something, so I was just going to let her talk before I seconded it. That was all.
We'll say you seconded it, okay, because we don't want to cut off Commissioner Gonzalez. So there was a motion and a second for sake of discussion before we decided to move forward on the table. So
I'll hold my second for a moment
to give us an answer.
I just wanted to let y'all know the applications closed on Friday afternoon, which is why it was not attached to the packet, because we file at 4 o'clock on Fridays, not 5 o'clock when the applications were closed. And I sent it to all the commissioners' assistants around 3 o'clock yesterday, just for the record, but totally understand where y'all are coming from.
And I got it, and I think it's more just because it wasn't, as Commissioner Mata stated, it wasn't on the, for the people to see it. Usually if we get something the day before, I'm good with the day before. I just don't like it the day of, but I respect his ability or right to do it, so, look.
So we should,
I'm not tabling, I'm not seconding it because I don't think we need to do anything different. She's great, but for transparency's sake, I'm okay.
Person. I don't have nothing, I mean.
Right.
Yeah. If next time, maybe we can add a sheet in there that says this position closes after the official posting of this agenda and would be made publicly. I know it takes a lot also to post this. If you could even get an updated agenda posted once it's refreshed, I mean, I know that's a lot to move, but just a recommendation. But I do hear the motion and the second. That is part of the discussion. Any other discussion, Commissioner Pusley? I know that this is more recent action that the court has been taking, especially within the last year or two, and so we've kind of been sticking to that, unfortunately.
You want to pull my second back so he can discuss too? I'm just trying to.
No, well, you're right, because it is a motion to table.
So but if Commissioner Pusley wants to ask a question, I will withdraw my second for the moment.
No, I didn't know what your motion was.
So we were just clarifying. It's not really discussion of the merits.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, you're going to have to talk into the mic because your microphone's off to your side. I'm sorry. This is more just to clarify.
I apologize, Commissioner Chesney. I just didn't hear what your motion was. And as I said, my hearing has not gotten any better since I left this court 6 years ago. And they are supposed to install a speaker box here for me in the next week or so where I can hear all of you better.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure.
apologize for that.
No, I just want to make sure you got to ask questions if you needed to.
If I could change my hearing problem, I would, but I can't. So apologize for that.
So we have a motion. We have a second. We had some clarification on why this motion is being recommended to table. So we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to table until the next regularly scheduled court meeting, which will be 1/21/25. All those in favor say aye.
122.
I'm sorry, 1/22/25.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 4-0 vote. So this will just carry over. Ms. Drillen will remain as our acting director. We'll make it official then. Sorry for you waiting all day today.
Let's don't make her do that again.
Yeah, we need to, if this happens by accident in the future, we need to make sure we cut it, catch it, and get this maybe deadline before we go to posting. So that's something we're going to have to match internally.
Mr. Modas, could I ask maybe that we just go ahead and put this on the consent agenda the next time so that we don't have to worry about that?
Sounds good. Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
If everybody consents
Can
to
we do
putting
that,
it on
Ms.
the
Dorsey? It
consent
doesn't have to
agenda.
be, it doesn't have to be separated under HR? Can we put it as a consent?
We can do whatever we want.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm looking
Oh,
to
no.
legal counsel. I know you're legal counsel, but you're not our legal counsel. So I'm looking to our legal counsel for opinion, just to make sure.
If the court's comfortable doing it in consent, I think you're
Okay.
within
No,
your right.
Just wanted to make sure. Any other items that we have not missed, that I haven't missed? I think we covered everything in our meeting. I see Mr. Culbertson's here from CCRADC. Did we need to open up public comment for you or any item? You're just here to stop by. We thank you for being here. We are going to then go to adjournment in memory, and I want to take a point of privilege as leading this court. I wanted to share, and y'all, some of you may have already gotten the news, a breaking news story, sad news for our colleague, Judge Bobby Galvan Jr., the passing of his father, a musical icon, a business icon in the community. Bobby Galvan Sr. passed away earlier today, surrounded by family and loved ones. And so our condolences to the Galvan and Gonzalez families and to all of those who knew him and cared for him. I'm sure that there will be more information that will come about and be made public so this court and other members of the community can honor Mr. Galvan. He was special to me and to my family. He treated us like family. My kids got their first musical instruments there at his Galvan building. And so this is really sad news for us and for our community. Truly a part of our community's legacy has passed, and so our condolences to Judge Bobby Galvan Jr., to Judge Deanna Galvan, and to the entire family for the passing of Bobby Galvan Sr. Do we have any other announcements, any other adjournments in memory? Seeing none, thank you all for this meeting and for your patience with me. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Time.
Oh, sorry. Time is 1:54 p.m. Thank you.